C's. Fair enough C's. Says Jared just being like, hey, 14.
Alrighty.
And
14.
you know, being smart is hard.
14. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed final...
But
Wait, hang
being
on a second. I got
gay,
the text. Hang on a
that
second. Let me get
is
the
easy.
text.
Ready.
Sesshare is just like tapping away. It's like, did you know the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes an entirety of a Realm Reborn
the
and the
thingamajiggy?
award-winning Heaven's Word up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime?
Being smart is
Sign up
hard,
and
being gay is
enjoy
easy.
Eorzea
No, it's just like,
today.
is there really more to life than looking
a month
really
in
really
my
good
normal,
looking?
thingamadiggy. So
Yep.
625.
So
So 625 minus
where was it? But yeah, so
$200, which
physiotherapy
means that
tomorrow,
even if I
and
get rid of
I-
only two,
I feel like I know what they're gonna tell
so- 'cause
me,
I
and
think
it's just
last
gonna
month I
be
spent
like,
680
oh cool, I'm gonna have to do a
times
lifestyle
by
change or something like
0.666.
lifestyle change of like going to the gym more often or something like that.
even
And a
if
part
I
of me is just sort of
only-
like,
even if I only get rid
maybe
of
I
like
will need to learn
two-thirds of
to
my
do that, and
takeaway
then, like,
budget, then
have to,
I get there's an
you know,
additional
take a break or what have you when I'm
$450
trying
I
to
can
get
use
that
into other
discipline back in.
expenses,
Because I remember trying to
I
get
can
into
put
that,
it into
like I thought,
saving,
oh, back in
which means that
2020,
by the time
I can
October
do this.
comes
I can
along,
start
then I would have
the
saved for
whole
at least the $3,500
being
Yeah.
it would have
like
cost
going
me
into
to do that,
exercise, but then
and
it's
that
like,
is
oh, we all went
before
into
I do
lockdown
any-
or
I get
something
money
like that,
from
and it's just
Twitch
like,
or from,
oh.
you
I
know,
really want to
the
start
tax
hitting the gym a
return
little bit just to build some
from
muscle.
Australia this year.
The
So
problem
yeah,
is,
also, hi there, Butts. Welcome to the stream. Hi there,
with work
Zapper.
being so fucking
Y'all just gonna let us
all over the place for my shifts.
Yeah.
I can't do a set, sort of workout roster.
Oh, Elon. No, you know what? You know what
Radio,
Elon Musk
radio.
would be?
'Cause if I want to do,
Elon
if
Musk
I
would
want
be
to
a
do
pro
the
to gym.
gym, I have to do it.
Or what is that?
I want to
species
have it
called?
so it's a
Is that
set
the
sort
right
of
name?
few days to do it. I can't just sort of go, oh well, I'm working,
Proto-gen. Is that the...
3 till 11,
Yes,
like these 3
proto-gen.
days, and then I've
Elon
got
Musk
2
would
days
be
to
a
do nothing.
proto-gen.
So
And he would, you know
My-
what? He would have the goal.
I think the limitations
he would
I
the
have,
goal
these are
to
ones
be
that I
like,
quite
this is an original
quite honestly I can just
species.
overcome them by, oh,
Elon
don't
would
buy
most
fast food
certain-
for like, 2 or 3
100%.
weeks, and I will
You can
like,
clip
2 to
me
4
on
weeks,
this
and
one,
then
so
I'll have spare
so I have to
funds
stand
to
by this.
purchase
If
like
Elon Musk
gym
got a
shorts
persona,
and a
it
gym
would be
shirt
a protogen,
or to go
and
to go to
would
gym, so then that
make
way I'm
it
like
seem like as
actually
if he
dressed for the
invented that
attire and what
species.
have you. But then
That's what.
Then there's the case of
Elon Musk would do. He wouldn't be a
of what's the-
snake.
of,
He'd be a
like once every
Tell me what he
4 to
can
5
turn
weeks,
into
I'm on
during
call
the Fourth War
at level
in
1,
bear
and
form.
Yeah.
In
I know,
bear
like,
form.
because it happens on
Fourth
stream.
age in
I will be
bear
busy
form.
doing something on
You're
stream,
not
and then the
telling
call will
me
come through. It's
he
like,
can
I gotta
turn
drop
into a
everything, and I need to get to this problem.
It's called bear form.
sorry guys, this will take me like 5 hours. I'll be back.
Oh, thank Christ!
It's not canon.
I don't think anything on call has taken me 5 hours to do.
Canon.
Not yet.
Yeah. I have furry cures. It's so confusing when there's Grant's voice
Okay,
coming from the
that's
clip,
it.
and then
I'm gonna
talking
spit in
to
your
code
mouth.
at the same time. I did realize that, so hence why I moved over to here. But now there's like a 3-minute advertisement. But wait, where was I in my other train of thought? But yeah, like I just need to get into that style, and it's like I know I have the time to do it. I literally walk past a gym on my way home. There is like very little, and there's like this thing of like, yeah, just that case of like, well, it's all gonna be like I'm not less than 20 anymore. I can't just, do something for 4 weeks and then have it like reshape my being like I did back in like, I must have been like 22 or something like that. I was able to go from like 120 kilos down to like 99 or something in the span of like a few months. So, and I just like walked like basically every day when I was at like a park or something like that. So, it is what it is. So, yeah, I don't know what I weigh. That's why I have on my throne a set of scales. It is like the featured item, but instead, I have my chat gift me fucking thigh highs. I got that notification in my Discord, and I was just like, what the shit? And then it was like screen capped it, shared it on Twitter of just like, oh my god, someone did this to me. And then you just decide to all caps laugh at me. So it's just
because I succeeded. I succeeded.
How have you succeeded? Okay, you didn't get any thigh highs.
No, but I succeeded in people buying you thigh highs.
One person. It was one person that did it.
That's still one person enough.
Nice. So yeah. So I don't know when they arrive, but I did get an email of like, oh hey, the order has been placed. Oh hey, it's we got here's the what's-mahoozy, like the travel courier thing. So but here's the thing. It's such a depressing victory because it's like, oh, these are only like $12 thigh highs, which is amazing. You know what the shipping was?
What?
$16.
Ah.
Yeah, like being in Australia sucks if you like are interested in
like,
anything that is Etsy or not Amazon.
Well.
It's
like, that's the same with like if I get anything from from eBay, it's almost like a $20-30 delivery.
and it's not like it's not the fault of like the distributor or the person that is like responsible for the whole putting it together and what have you. It's just the unfortunate like logistic of we have not made air travel cheaper into Australia. We have not made it so that like materials are more easily utilized for goods and things here. So because like possibly you could have made these thigh highs here in Australia to reduce the cost, but like intellectual property and what have you, we haven't yet, standardized the entire flow of factories to such a point where it doesn't matter about climates and everything.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
So, but yay. My chat is degenerates. They gave me thigh highs instead of, I don't know, exercise gear.
They gave you them thigh highs.
Yeah. What's on your throne? Hang on a second. What's on your throne? Let's see.
Let me have a look. Let me see. Yeah. Go into my throne.
Yeah. All right. So you got food and games, reading needs, games for me.
Yep.
You have 29 reading means. Oh, you put the entire Dohorodoro on there. That's why.
Yeah. Well, hang on. Let me go to my gaming screen so I can show my chat everything.
I'm gonna keep them in my just chatting thing. They don't need to see this shit.
So you guys, if you want to have a look at my throne, here's my lovely throne. The things you can get me.
Get him. Get him Beerus.
Or Champa. I got like 2 Beerus figurines and a Champa one.
There we go. There's
because they sexy.
Mm-hmm.
Charging stand. I want to get some vertical stands for the PS4 and the PS3.
Mm-hmm.
That way I can have them sitting on the desk a little easier. As well as because if I have it standing as well, like my PS3 is in a weird spot where it's sitting, where it sort of comes out a little bit. If I have it standing, I can turn it to the side a little bit and sort of have the cables a little bit easier managed there.
Do you not have a 3D printer friend?
No, I don't.
Oh.
I wish I did.
It's weird because I feel like in the furry community and tech community, someone has a.
I would love a 3D printer myself, just a fucking 3D printer in general.
Just make a whistle for it or see how that gets done, then start making like the octopus thingies.
And also, for any of you guys who want to help me with my games, look, some high protein stuff.
Some high protein.
Help me get that tumby going. And yeah, I've got the Dorohedoro mangas because I have been interested in that since I saw the anime. I've got the first one and I absolutely loved it. The art style is fantastic.
It has
and of course,
sketchiness to it, but it's only on the colors. Everything, the rest of it is like.
Yeah.
E.
And then of course, I've got my furry bait ones, from furry bait stuff.
Furry bait, nice.
Actually, the Masterful Cat is Depressed Again today is actually really good. I was reading the first one. They're mostly just like little short stories, but they're so good. They all feed into one narrative.
Okay.
And of course, some games. Bloodborne. I know a lot of people probably want to see me play Bloodborne if I get that. Although I think I still have it on my PlayStation Plus.
It should. I feel like PlayStation Plus, it's either deluxe or the classic. They have like Bloodborne as like something that was like a month each month. It was like, oh, free games. Oh, do you want Bloodborne?
Yeah.
They just throw that.
There's
shit.
one game that the barista just got me not too recently that I need to play, which is Medieval.
Oh yes, the PlayStation 1 title.
Yeah, the remake. Yeah.
Nice, nice. I remember Josh Drive Hayes talking about the game, and I was like, there was some interesting stuff there, but then there was like moments where it's like, oh, this just goes against, you know, later diegetic game design that we kind of came to the conclusion of after, you know, releasing games for decades.
I really loved the second one when it came to the Medieval. The second one was so good.
Okay, nice.
Also, I got my animes for people to buy.
Nice, more animes.
And my men, you know, my sexy men. My sexy.
You're talking about Legoshi. Oh my gosh! Oh, I have something to tell you.
Oh no! What's he gonna tell me?
Okay, hang on. Actually, do I? Nah, fuck it. I'm gonna tell you. I'll mention it to the friend afterwards. I had an IRL friend, and they know I'm a furry, but we hadn't like communicated very often. But even though we're like we knew each other from like university and such, and I got a message from them this week, where they went,
"Oh no!"
Like they went, "Hey, I think I'm a furry."
You converted someone!
I wasn't responsible for that. First off, no, I wasn't responsible for that. They had a puphood long before, or like, you know, me doing anything that could have been insinuated as quote unquote influencing. They, like, it was just hang on, like, just reading the message, just like, I decided I might be a furry. I just thought I'd mention it to you as a potential shared interest. And I'm just like, all right, that's cool. It's just.
Well, that dropped out of nowhere.
It's a little bit, but I'm just like, yeah, that sounds cool because like now I have like. It's like, yay! I now have another friend that is like a furry, but is not an unhinged furry. There isn't a lot.
Who you calling unhinged?
Hey, no. You're in the list of the unhinged.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, cool.
Wait, I'm unhinged?
Yeah. No, so you're hinged. There's unhinged out there. Do kissy lips? I don't know, Sir Dragon. Probably not. But yeah, so and they went to a supernova or something like that with the pup hood, and they saw a fur, got a photo with them. So, not receive a what?
Sorry, I'm looking at Ginger Fox. Just a quick clip from Ginger Fox. Give them a shouty out.
Ah, okay.
Ready when you are, by the way. I'm in the game.
So yeah, all right, cool.
And aha! This time I didn't accidentally show all my porn.
Aha!
I've learned my lessons from last time.
See, this is why Code is one of the hinged furries, because I know a furry out there that has accidentally presented their porn on stream.
Oh, I have too.
Oh, damn it! I was thinking of a completely different person.
I accidentally flashed FA for like 2 seconds.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, yep.
And I might have also accidentally flashed Twitter for like 2 seconds at one point too.
I might have flashed Twitter. I can't fully remember. All right, I need to.
So yeah, don't put me in the unhinged factory. Don't put me in the hinged factory just yet.
Oh, okay.
Plus, you know, being unhinged is more fun. Yes, flash Ruby. Hey, no, don't put me in haunted jail. Grant, help me.
I can't help you.
Grant!
No, I can't help you. Sorry. Alrighty.
I wasn't a horny on purpose. Well, okay, a little while ago I was, but...
Okay, so we have all our short rests available. Only Shadowheart is damaged. I know where we need to go for the whatsamahoozies to help out
Shot?
Yeah. So the house, amazingly enough, the place we're looking for is legitimately just pointed on the map as House of Grief.
Did you see it?
We went to like the wrong place. We went in the wrong direction. It's like full on west.
Well, I mean, at least we got the explosives out of the way.
Yeah. Hi there, Sir Dragon. Sorry, not Sir Dragon. Night Sky. I already said hi to Sir Dragon. Sir Dragon wanted me to try and do like the kissy face.
The sound isn't playing. What?
No, that's because you're loading right now, so it's not gonna pop in.
Yeah, hang on. I'm also missing a whole bunch of stuff.
Huh.
Like my streamer bot and everything's not on my gaming.
Are you on the right
that's
scene?
why. No, I know why. I accidentally clicked off my foreground elements accidentally.
Ah, okay. Actually, let me just unpause your. Let me just unmute your stream so I can hear if it does noises and such.
Yeah, hang on. Let me just do boop doop doop boop. Okay, there we go. That time it worked.
There we go. Nice.
Yeah, because for some reason I must have accidentally clicked off my foreground elements.
Although, I don't know if you're actually doing... Hang on. I'm just gonna start a dialogue and see if Shadowheart talks in your stream.
All's well, I hope? Aside from the obvious.
Yep, okay, cool. So she is talking. And...
Yeah, no, I've got that. And this time I made sure to turn off the naughties. Did I?
Alrighty, so apparently...
Let's make sure the naughties are off. It's interface, isn't it?
So we're doing Shadowheart's quest, and apparently if we don't hand her over to the followers, which, you know, I'm not interested in doing that, we have to deal with a number of casters, and they're gonna be dicks, because it's like, they're gonna have mage people that will want to cast darkness on us, and then they have their own, like, fighters or something that will be able to do hits, and they're not impeded by the darkness. So we have to, like, use AoE spells or something like that and try and break the concentration of the mages if we want to have a better chance through the fight.
I'm thinking of retweaking my my build again, too. Just go back to being pure sorcerer.
Really?
Because I feel with the soul lock one, I've made a lot of mistakes on it.
Okay. Do we need to do that right now?
Like, I can quickly do it right now. If we...
Alrighty, then. While you're doing that, I am going to do the, hang on a second.
You're gonna do the D&D quiz and figure out what class you are?
Might as well. Might as well, chat. So... Ding, zong. Bam.
Bam, bam, thank you, ma'am.
Wham, bam, thank you, man.
So yeah, we're gonna stay sorcerer. So abilitas.
Make new upper GX.
Because yeah, clear. I want dex that, so I want this up to 17.
Go.
Dex up to 16.
Alright, so.
Wisdom about 10.
Here's what I want to try and figure out. How in the world do they just make it so that they're just capturing the entire window when people do the... Because I don't want, like, to have my actual, like, background or my taskbar visible during capture of, like, my desktop or anything like that into OBS. But I would like to still be able to keep the effect of, like, oh, the thingy-madiggies are moving around.
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd one, that one.
How well can the tracker track your movements, like face and hand movements? So the face is being done by an iPhone. That one is, it's using ARKit, so that should be, like, the best one. But I feel like because I've been getting fatter over time, I've been getting further away from the desk, so I might need to, like, readjust how everything is, like, laid out while trying to lose weight and such. But, yeah, the only other way I can improve my tracking is... for the face, is to actually make a setup that has, like, the camera, like, basically mounted to my head. So then that way the webcam keeps track of, like, head movements and body a little bit. But the not the webcam, the iPhone does the actual facial expressions and such.
Yeah.
I have a taste for the macabre. What is macabre?
Death, despair.
Oh, that's AI. Fuck no. How do I close that off? God damn it.
Yeah, so chromatic orb, distance, and I think careful and distance, because I'm going to be lobbing fireballs.
With or causing a fear of death. I disagree a bit. I am highly disciplined and dedicated when it comes to my studies. A little bit. I have that kind of pang. I find deception and prejudice to be categorically immoral and intolerable. Yes, I strongly agree. I view the world through a lens of spiritual significance, finding meaning in even the most mundane occurrences. Strongly disagree. Like, sometimes the chaos is just that. I am resourceful and can adapt to changing and challenging environments. I don't know. Like, compared to, like, other people on the spectrum, I think I'm better than most, but I think I'm just average. I am not easily discouraged by setbacks and learning from my mistakes. Yeah, no, I strongly agree with that. People say I have a mysterious or secretive air about me. Oh, hell the fuck no. They think I'm an idiot. I am competitive. Someone who enjoys a good challenge. No. Like, sure, I go through Dark Souls and things, but that's, a little bit. That's because of a case of, like, it's part of the, like, the gamer TM canon. And I'm just like, oh, I think that's my thing now, is, you know, playing through the different video games that we consider part of the gamer canon. When encountering a conflict, I use my gift of persuasion to find common ground. Absolutely. I find solace in the simplicity of the wilderness, where the absence of... No.
Where the absence of no.
I rely more on instinct and raw talent than on study and discipline. I'm either or with that. Strict code of moral conduct and expect the same from others? Okay, I feel like this is two-part. It's like, do I feel like I have a strict moral code? I don't expect everyone else to follow it, though. That's the thing. So does that mean I strongly disagree because of the second half? Or am I just neutral because I agree with the first but disagree with the second?
I think that's entirely up to you on that one.
Alright. I am willing to make deals with unsavory individuals to achieve my goals. Yes. I am a bit of an absent-minded professor. Strongly agree. I go on tangents all the time.
You do.
I am independent by nature. Hell the fuck no. I'm streaming right now with my good friend Code.
Yeah.
I value experiences and thrills over tradition or its structure. Yeah, I agree. Often rely on my instincts, trusting my gut reaction in the heat of the moment. They've asked me this before. I value learning and intellectual pursuits above all else. No. I often feel ostracized or misunderstood by others due to the... Yes.
Absent, cold, fire damage, or lightning damage.
That's a good one.
Me.
I have a fierce loyalty to those I consider my tribe or companions, and I am willing to go to great lengths to protect them. Yeah, I agree. I reckon I go the distance. Avoid direct confrontation and outsmart my opponents instead. True. Not fully, because sometimes I do feel like I just want to punch someone. Comfortable taking risks that leave others queasy. Yeah, a bit. I'll cross the street without waiting for the lights. Prioritize helping others even if it inconveniences me. Yep. Comfortable with ambiguity and moral gray areas.
Decisions?
What decisions? When faced with a challenge, I typically rely on charm or wit to navigate through it. You know what? I think I do. I think I really do. Okay, I'm gonna try and blitz through these ones, okay?
Yep. Yeah, dancing lights. Mirror image. Twinned. Ah, I gained the ability to fly. I am a god among men. I shall fly.
Actually, yeah, I'm a furry. That's the fringes of society.
Create a link teleportation portals.
I captivate others with my storytelling prowess. Oh, hell yeah. Such good, like, tangents and waffling on about nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah. See. Alert's not a bad one. Oh, actually, no. What I need is element of depth, element of fire. Those you cast an attack makes ignore resistance to fire.
I was
Which means...
tied between multiple classes.
Oh, really? Let's have a look. Hang on. Let me pull up your stream here. Let me have a look.
Oh my goodness! You're gonna check out my stream?
I want to have a look. I want to see what
You're
classes
gonna
you
check
got.
out my stream?
I'm gonna check out your stream. Let's see. You've got Bard and Fighter at level 80. Actually, your Bard Fighter class is really good.
65 in Monk, 65 in Paladin, Rogue, and Sorcerer. 70 in Wizard.
Yeah.
You appear to have two or more or equally prominent matches. It is possible that you are an equal fit to all of those matches. On the other hand, it's also possible that you simply answer the question in such a way that you ended up with tied even results, even though, in reality, you do have a definite match. Whether you really are an equal fit for all of these characters, or you just happen to get an equal score on all of them, we are unable to say. We are therefore also unable to give you a more personalized description, but you can consult the chart above to see which of the characters you match the closest. Yeah, so this is...
I mean, Bard and Fighter, not too bad, though. You can actually create a really good Bard Fighter build.
Yeah, but, like... Alright.
Yeah, but, like... who cares?
Because, you know what this sounds like? It sounds to me like they didn't, like... Yeah. Also, where's Code Yoshi? Code Yoshi.
I'm not here. Okay. Are you sharing it, are you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna go back to my chest. Tickles. One hand, two hand. Okay, so...
There we go. Post that. There we are. And then, yep, okay, so things and demos are going up. Close that. Close this. Alrighty then.
Do you have... I'm gonna have to remove the glaive. Something else.
What are you looking for?
Some staffs. Let's see, who's got one in the way of staff?
Staffs? You mean something like, would it actually benefit you? Like, Hang on a second.
Actually, I'm gonna steal the one. I'm gonna steal one from. I've stolen one from.
Because there's
Halson.
the Staff of Interruption. Which...
No, because I've got the Marco Shear.
Ah, okay, so you got that crazy doohickey.
Yeah, and then it gives me Arcane Battery, which is useful.
I love how you have, like, all these purple gear, and I'm still, like, waltzing around in blue rares here and there.
That's because I've got style, darling.
Style. I got... Alright, ding, donk. Send those to camp. The long arm of the Gur was a heavy crossbow, which can't be used by me. I'm gonna put that in camp. Telekinesis. Hello there, Jason.
Good day, good day. Who are you blowing?
Hello.
Corpse Rose.
Hello, Frank Walker from over at the Tile.
Frank Water from National Tiles. This weekend, only at National Tiles.
Let's see.
Amulet of Ball. Coin of Mammon. Alright, so got myself a shovel. I got myself 2 daggers for some reason. And then I've got this Everlasting Vigor, which wouldn't really help me too much, because that's not my goal. Alright. So right now I'm using Selûne's Thingamadoog. Would you like a shovel?
Pardon?
Would you like a shovel?
I think I've already got a shovel. Yeah, I've got a shovel.
Okay, cool.
What's in this smelly bag? Oh, fish. Send to camp. Send to camp. A waterlogged letter. And just send that to camp. By type. I can't send it to camp? Oh, because it's currently bound to me. Right, yeah.
What is?
Oh, because, oh, it's permanent.
What's permanent?
So, yeah, apparently the Dragon Throat Glaive is still permanently bound to me.
You didn't do it. Oh, yeah, it's a pact weapon, because you were a warlock thing.
Yeah, so that's permanently bound to me at the moment.
Ooh. Right-click it. Is there any option for you to fix that? No.
Nope, I can't send it to camp.
Alright, well, you're carrying on another how much?
2.7.
Alrighty then. 1d4 to attack rolls and... Okay, so really I should...
I completely forgot that that actually would have happened. I thought after a long rest it removes.
We haven't gone for a long rest yet as far as I know. So, alrighty. I am going to get this Oil of Bane. Because I reckon that will actually be useful and I need to remember to use it.
You don't happen to have a hat of fire acuity, do you?
Sounds very specific.
Yeah, apparently you get it from the Strange Ox. Only in Act 2, though.
Okay, then probably not, then.
Can you just check your chest, just in case?
I'm looking. I have a Cold Brim hat.
Yeah.
Dark Justicar, Claude Helldust, the Grim Helm, Haste, Hat of Storm Scion's Power, Hat of Uninhibited Kushigo, Mask of the Shape Shifter. Warped Headband of Intellect.
Do you have thematic gloves? I'm not sure if you've got them or if I've got them. Oh no, I've got them.
Let's see. Does Shadowheart?
Although I can have the because I don't really like the Gemini gloves. They don't really work for me.
Okay, so well obscured has advantage on stealth checks. Advantage on. Damn it! Why does this thing talk about devotion, but Shadowheart is not proficient with heavy armor? What's up with that? Ridiculous. Alright, sent to camp. Whoa. Oh, have you had a look at this quarterstaff called Whoa? You gain a bonus +1 to spell save DC and spell attack rolls. Oh yeah, you probably already did look at it, because we just got this from the vampire person.
Yeah, I did have a look at that.
Yeah.
You have the Boots of Stormy Clamor.
What to do?
Boots of what, sorry?
Stormy Clamor.
Arcane, Blurrin, Speedy, Light Feet. Not from the looks of it.
I know we've had them. It's unless I gave them to somebody else. Let me just have a look.
Uninhibited.
No. What about Gay? Does Gay have them?
Striding. Line Breaker.
No, Gay doesn't have them.
Genital no, not genial striding, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, that. Were the quick spell gloves something that we were going to give to Will?
Not sure.
It's in his inventory for some reason.
As
well as the Veil of the Morning.
Cost a bonus action instead.
What about Gemini gloves?
Yeah, the Gemini gloves actually be really good for him because it doubles any cantrips, and doing that with Eldritch Blast can essentially hit almost 8 to 10 targets with Eldritch Blast. He's got spell resistance. Keep that one. Gives him spell resistance.
We should probably get moving.
In a sec, just checking a few more things. And then we'll get moving. Are you sure you don't have those boots I mentioned?
Pretty sure.
Darn.
Apparently I have something called the Bone
I know
Spike
he had them,
boots.
because they cause their point is that they cause reverberation. Oh well, can't really do much about that.
We're dealing additional damage with unarmed strikes. Okay, so keep to those, because the bone spikes are meh. Wait, why is it making a note of the bone spikes? Where are these bone spike boots? Am I tweaking? Where... Nope. Yeah, I'm keeping this.
When you deal acid fire using a spell, that element infuses into your weapon. Actually, that's not a bad one. Saving throws against charmed. Yeah, pop that one on. One sorcerer's chance is active. Gain resistance to poison. Pass without a trace. While concentrating, I don't really concentrate. Sorry, I wasn't concentrating. Did you say something?
No, I'm just waiting to go.
I was making a joke.
I know, but now we've been sitting here for like 45 minutes. I thought we were gonna go.
Must be on my way.
Come on.
You're not my mom.
Actually, you're right. I can just go right now, can't I? Let's head.
But mom.
I'm just gonna head straight away. Let's go. There we go. And I just need to head west, I believe it was.
Ah, fine. I'm coming.
So yeah, because apparently, like, far west. So we just need to somewhere near Lady Janna's something or other.
Alright,
So I imagine.
where we heading to? Back out to the Basilisk Gate? Or...
So I'm going... So I feel like the furthest west is Baldur's Gate. So...
Yep. Actually, do we need Gale still?
I'm not 100%. He still has all those minions.
I'm sure it's much more scared of us.
He does have those munions.
I've seen a real ghost snap someone in half.
Yeah, keep him for now.
Pardon my singing.
Okay, so we have to buttons. Oh, found the House of Grief.
Hang on. Hold up.
Welcome. The House of Grief lies just within. We are here to help.
Hang on, I don't know where you are. Hold up.
So, from Baldur's Gate, you go to the... You go west, you go to over toward where Lady Janeth's estate is, then there's a bridge. And then then you just go over the bridge.
Hang on, hold up. Oh, you're over there. Okay, so from there. Hello, Angirl. How you doing?
Hi, girl.
There you is. Let's move it.
Do you like to move it?
Oi! Stop a moment. Right. You look harmless enough. The commander keeps an open house.
Who the
so
fuck is
you may
Fig?
pass.
I don't know.
That's secret. And anyway, she's away, so Ryan's in charge. So be nice to Ryan, or I'll kick
Did you
you
just,
out.
like, waltz into another person's home?
No, I went towards you, but it went the wrong way.
It sounds like you just broke into another person's home. Why didn't you just teleport to Baldur's Gate?
I did teleport to Baldur's Gate. I am at Baldur's Gate.
Ah!
For some reason, when I went to walk over to you, it went in another direction. Because it fucking hates me. Alright, we're here. Now let's do this thing.
Alrighty, is there any... No? Okay, cool. You ready?
No, I'm not ready at all. But we're doing that anyway.
Alrighty, so... Miri?
Welcome to the House of Grief. Or perhaps welcome is the wrong word, Shadowheart.
Oh, goddammit, I
There's been
think Work's
some
about to
debate
call
whether
me.
you'd even show up and face the consequences of your actions. I assumed you tried to flee.
Yeah, Work's calling me. I have to answer this.
Spare me your venom.
God damn it.
I'm sure the Mother Superior has plenty of her own.
All in due time.
This is the most himbo you're going to find me.
Let's just wait for Grant quickly. Go to our little chat screen over here while we wait.
I just wanted to oogle zebra titties.
Oogle.
That was a stretch. That was a stretch
before
the
zebra titties.
So how's everyone been doing, by the way? I see we have Angrel saying hello, Jason, Xerix, Ruby. These are on my side, by the way, for those who can't see. From Grant's side, of course, we've got Sir Dragon. We've got Night Sky and Dekus.
Hang on a second, let me move my keyboard out of the way so I can do like... So I can drag it across the desktop.
So I've had a bit of a fun few days, by the way. So, just the other day, actually, I went over and I got my skin check done just this week. So I got my skin check for melaminomas. And right now I need to go in. So I've got it set in the next few weeks. To go in and I gotta get a biopsy done on 2 spots. There's nothing that looked wrong. They just want to, you know, check and be on the safe side. So like there's one spot just on the back, just above my shoulder blade, just close to my spine, and one that's just sort of on my cheekbone on my right side of my face. They think the one on my cheekbone is just some ingrown hairs that have just sort of didn't grow right, and they've just sort of left a bit of a bump there. But they just want to check. But otherwise, you know, I was a little bit worried because of the fact that I found out that my mother, you know, decided to, you know, well, my mother or my father, either one of those two are to blame. They decided to, you know, leave me on the trampoline in the middle of fucking summer as a 3-year-old. Apparently, I'm not sure if I was half dressed or not, but my back got blisters from laying on the trampoline.
But how?
In the hot Australian sun.
Allies of the...
So yeah, that was not so fun.
The Empire! My sincerest apology.
And apparently, in situations like that, by what the skin doctor told my mother, is that in those situations,
for failing to note your arrival, Cookie for Scott.
Actually increase for Caucasians. Actually increases the likelihood of melanomas and skin cancers.
Hey, Sky, look!
So it's like, yeah. Great. So that's what I was really worried about, but apparently my skin actually looks pretty good. Because I got like a lot of moles and stuff on my on like my body, and it's like, yo, there were points where I'm like really worried about, yo, really bad melanomas and stuff like that.
Hopefully you enjoyed your cookie.
But thankfully that was not the case. So, yay for good skin and, you know, being introverted and
it was the war
not going outside because interacting with people is hard and I don't know how to do that.
My mother, may she rest.
What else is new at the moment? Oh yeah, my birthday's coming up soon, by the way, everyone.
just
For
gonna
those who
let
want
Icy
to
live?
know. You know? You know, it's the 11th of May, so it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days away. 9 days away to my birthday,
No.
If anyone wants to get me a gift, I've got a throne here for people to, gift me things for my birthday, maybe. Buy it now, it'll arrive on the day of my birthday. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You love me, you love me. Come on, wink, wink.
Alright. Fabupona. Hi.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Wink, wink.
This bear
nudge, nudge.
that you drew.
You think they got it with all the wink winks and the nudge nudge? Or how about wink wink thrust thrust?
Is absolutely adorable, and I
No, I think that's if I was implying something else.
love it. My particular fave is.
I mean, I could be implying that too. Nobody says I couldn't. I mean,
style of the coat you've chosen and the two colors.
Maybe if you're a good...
Like,
I'm always good, though.
Beautiful.
I'm so well behaved.
It's wholesome, and I love it.
What do you think I know well behaved?
This is like a render of me.
I'm always well behaved. I'm on my best behavior daily.
Like, actively me. What do I gotta... Okay, so I need to disable... This, alright.
I'm so well behaved, everyone's all like, wow.
Chat.
Look at how well behaved that Yoshi is. Look at how that well behaved dinosaur.
Tell the difference between...
Whoa. I am.
Here we go.
Wow, you guys are mean.
I'm back. Click, click, click,
Hi,
click,
back.
click, 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 click. So yeah, someone like lives in an entirely different part of the state, and they were getting login attempts from another suburb altogether. So
oh no,
I had to fix that. Well, not the most I can do was just simply block their account and force sign-outs of like all their different sessions, so then that way any attempts are just going to be seen as like a right at the get-go of like, no, even if you have the password, this ain't gonna fly.
Yeah, that's a wow.
So yeah, so they're not back in the office till next week, so that's a case of like, right, well, your account's compromised from the sounds of it, and thankfully multi-factor authentication is stopping them from getting into anywhere else. So
yeah.
That
is why multi-factor authentication is so goddamn useful.
Yeah. Alright, so what did she say after dialogue history? There's, whether you even show up or assume you try to flee like a coward, spare you me your venom, I'm sure the Mother Superior will have plenty of her own, all in due time. Let us pass.
As I said, in due
Also, you're currently
time.
in, like, the...
Yeah, I know.
Submit to the mapping of the heart.
I was telling people about what was going on.
Can we know what is to be done with you?
Mapping of the what?
This is the house of grief. We strive to help those whose hearts have grown heavy, be it with anger, melancholy, grief, or treachery. Submit to the mapping and reveal what lurks in your heart. If you consent, follow me. If you do not, leave.
Okay.
Okay, so what do we do?
I feel like, we're probably gonna learn more by, following our heart, so to speak.
You mean our start?
The mapping will begin shortly.
Okay, I think we gotta go in here, do we?
Do we?
She said to follow her.
Granite bench.
Holy shit, that's gonna crap out of me.
I'm just sitting
You
on this
seek
bench.
to be unburdened, yes? The mapping of the heart can reveal the way. Yet, there is another here whose need is great.
That voice. Allow me. I think I'm supposed to do this.
Okay.
Okay.
You do your thing, Shadowheart.
Do you know why you are here?
There is something I lost. No. Had taken from me. My family. My life. I want it all back.
Loss is a gift, girl. Do you still not understand that? Now give me the true answer. What is your purpose in being here?
Loss is not a gift. What's going on? Is this part of the mapping?
Why map what is already known? A disloyal heart, a craven heart, a shadow heart.
Oh, she said her name.
Now answer. What is your true purpose?
The artifact. I was sent to retrieve it. At any cost.
And who tasked you with this mission?
The Mother Superior of It's you.
Give me the honor of my name. In full.
I can't. My memories...
I know what's in that head of yours better than you do, girl. My name.
Mother Superior... Viconia Devere.
You still have the wits to recognize your betters.
Good looking robes.
Now descend. You have much to answer for.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, fuck me. This is gonna be one of those situations where something bad or good is gonna happen.
All's well, I hope? Aside from the obvious.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do this thing. Let's do our thing. So, down here to the purple candles. Infiltration training and an iron torch.
The Cloister of Somber Embrace.
Oh, the unburdening. Valuable targets are identified from those who seek out the services of a House of Grief. If they are willing to pay, they proceed to the mapping of the heart, where the Inquirer of Grief will question them while discreetly probing their thoughts for anything that can be of use to the Lady of Loss. Following this...
Even with the shadow curse gone,
Oops, sorry. I was just switching out Halcyon because we'll probably need someone with some good healing on in this.
no room for me,
You realize we're running Shadowheart, who is a cleric with healing and divine intervention. We need heavy hitters, and we need someone to protect you or Shadowheart.
We could switch over to Will then, if that's the case. Will's got heavy hitting magic.
Yeah, we haven't actually used him quite a bit, so...
I seem to have... I'd love to join, but I don't think there's enough space for me to squeeze in. Let's make this happen.
Alright, probably better for you to join us then.
Yep.
Alright, sorry about that. I'll leave the camp.
Target will surrender memories to the mirror for the benefit of all Lady Shar's children. In the same stroke, the mirror can remove memories of what they have seen in the cloister, as well as whether they believe to be the source of their troubles. Then they can be turned loose, blissfully ignorant of the authoring they make. Alright. Do you want to level up Will? Because he's only level 9.
I was going to quickly just level him up. Just Just currently doing that right now.
Alrighty then.
My faith protects me.
Just checking to see. There's currently level. Let's see. Greater invisibility is probably not a bad one. Improve, and then we'll give him 2 more charisma. Oh. Alright, spell. Hold monster is probably not a bad one for us to have.
Wait, what's this one? Planar ally. Oh.
Mirror image. Do we? I think I've already maybe taken mirror image. So let's give. We have hold person. Yes, we do. Dominate person. And heighten meta magic. Boom. Alright, that should make him much more effective.
No, never mind.
Alright, ready when you are.
Alrighty.
Have to keep going.
I remember this place now. A whole stolen childhood spent in these halls.
Alright, well.
The Superior must be close. Soon this will all be over.
Good news. Shadowheart remembers all this.
I'll let you go on ahead.
Keep going. The Mother Superior's
Now, aren't you fucking, you know...
Damn, crazy door. Alrighty.
Okay. Montier Superiore.
They already heard how you disgraced yourself before Lady Shah. How she marked you as the enemy. But it is quite another thing for them to see it for themselves. I am very glad you decided to return.
She looks older in the dark.
A cautionary tale
she
such as yours will be
upstairs.
studied by Lady Shah's initiates for years to come. But perhaps I can make a case for some small measure of mercy. Give me the artifact, and I can at least make this quick.
Love her gloves.
Enough. I don't answer to you. Not anymore. I'm here for my family. That's right. I know what you did. And it's not going to be quick.
This is your family. And now you have turned your back on it. The artifact was your last chance to prove yourself. And you squandered it.
Why is the artifact so important to
Whispers reached my ears from all corners. Potential rivals of Lady Shah, all vying for the same prize. A new god, amassing the disaffected, the outcasts, those who should turn to us. This absolute is but an upstart, disturbing the natural order and threatening to impede the glorious return of Lady Shah's pure, endless darkness. I had to act. I had to strangle that foul conspiracy while it was still in the cradle. We learned all we could. The artifact was the one thing the absolutists feared. The one thing they desperately wanted to keep out of their enemy's grasp. I had to have it.
So, she's all about that darkness, huh?
You thought you could best the absolute, the Githyanki.
To fight so many foes openly could prove unwise.
Hi, Bookie.
Shah's children are better deployed as daggers in the shadows, not massed upon a battlefield. So let the others fight while we wait. Once they are spent and bloodied from each other, we would slip in and take the prize. Alas, most of those I sent perished. All but one.
I should thank you. If you hadn't sent me on that suicide mission, I'd never have learned the truth.
You there! Surrender this one to me now, and you can consider Lady Shah's forces your allies in the battles to come.
Oh, fuck you, you cunt.
Yeah, that's not happening.
As you like. Lilala! For Shah!
So, we doing this?
Yeah, it looks like we're doing this, and we're gonna have a very fun time with... Alright, so we got 2 warriors, Shadow... So we've got Victoria, 2 Justicars, then it goes to Char, you, and Will. We got sentries...
Crap, Char's taking a little bit of damage, too.
Oh no, I just forgot to heal her. It'll be fine. Alright, T.
Let's go.
A lot of novices here, so... Wonder what weapon she's got on her, because that club looks pretty interesting. Well, looks like we're kicking all their asses.
Yeah, so we can't get to her first. The 2 knights on the side we can get to first, however. Might be worth getting to them.
Oh yeah, wall of fire. That's not a bad idea.
There's 3 different entrances.
Where to place, though? I mean, if we can block one route, we can at least funnel them through 2.
Perhaps moving into the top left corner. That way, as you're progressing through, you just need to get past... Oh, wait.
So if I
no,
place
so it's
it
2
between...
sentries on the left.
So if I place between, like, here and to here, I can block these 2 paths off and go up this way.
Do it the other way around. So, doing it from...
You want me to block from there to there?
There. Because on the left here is 2 sentries, which isn't going to be too big of a problem. Like, they're looking to be melee-based. Whereas on the right side here, you've got 1 sentry and what looks to be a magical person. And I read a guide earlier to find this place, and they did mention that one of the more difficult points of this fight is they just spam darkness to make it, you know, us have a much harder time killing them and such, so...
Alright, well, you move Shadowheart out of the way, because if I'm going to do Fireball, if I'm going to do Wall of Fire, Shah's in the way there. So you might want to bring her to the center with you, so you guys can deal with the forces down there.
I can move out of the way quickly, so I'll have her moving over to dealing with one of the magicians over there instead, once it gets to her turn. Is that okay?
Yep, go right ahead.
Alright, so yeah, because I've got speed. I just drank a potion of speed, so I'm going to try and take on one of the knights and such.
I've also got haste if need be as well.
Nice. Alright, I'm going to deal with one of the knights then, because I can't go against the Justicar Crusader, because she's got Sanctuary on. But I can at least go against these guys and do an ability drain on their dexterity, which means that if they try and hit you with the distance. And then... LOL! I have a bonus of... Look at the math on this. I did
so
a
you
dice...
need a 14 to hit, they rolled an 18.
So, Herkin needed 14 to hit, they rolled 18. My dice roll was 3. 15 bonuses to a total of 18. When you make a successful attack roll, you can change that hit into a critical. No, not that. I'll save that for when it's an emergency. And then...
Now you can probably do some unarmed strikes on them.
No, path is interrupted. I'm gonna deal with this novice right beside me.
Probably a good idea.
There we go. So they saved on their rush attack. Alright, she'll do something.
I am Lady Shah's
Now, goddamn you.
The unknown father, offering an embrace of fang and claw.
Yep, cool, so that's one of the Justicars out of the way. What does Wayward Heart mean? Overwhelming grief. They strike at the foe's brain with pure malice, inflicting Call of the Dark Lady. In a lightly or heavily obscure, the takes necrotic damage.
Alright, are you able to move Shar out of the way?
Give me, so she's doing the call. What's this? Automatically critical hit by Verona's powers, and it has disadvantage on wisdom. I will invoke an attack of opportunity when I move. So, let's see. Create distract each duplicate. So that's an. Do I have anything that's a bonus action that's gonna make this easier on me? Yeah, let me just increase my. And then. Yep. Cool. And then... Lol, the temptation. Alright, now. Let's see, how big is Sunbeam? 48 damage, and they only have... Oh, okay, it's not that.
Oh yeah, that'll do.
It's not... It won't do, like, a really big hit.
Oh no, I mean my wall of fire.
Oh, okay. Alright. I'm gonna summon... What's a diva got? Wrathful Spike, Revivify, Concussive Blast. Okay. Ah! I'm gonna summon Diva then. And I'm gonna put them on... Not enough move... Oh, do I have to, like, literally put it beside me?
Yeah.
There we go.
Also, hello! How you doing there, passenger? Thank you for giving them a shout-out.
Nice. Awesome. Oh, he goes up right now, apparently. Possibly frighten your target. They have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls, and they cannot move. Ooh, that's actually a pretty good one. Alright, let's use it on you. Nice! Oh my god, he did such a hit.
Let's finish this.
Such a hit, like, oh my god.
Alrighty, now it's Will's turn. He's got an idea?
No idea, honestly. I'm just sort of...
No, fair enough.
Making this shit up as I go. End turn for now.
Alrighty. We have all these sentries looking to do shit.
What's he doing? Bone chill.
Until
nah, that
their
doesn't
next
really
turn.
reply.
So it does necrotic
Nothing
damage, but you're gonna just let it fly. You're just gonna let it do its thing.
Yep. Let it go for the time being.
Here we go. There's the first concentration of darkness.
Darkness reigns from above.
What's beckoning darkness? Haunted by darkness. Entity takes if it enters or starts its turn in a lightly or heavily obscured area. Oh joy. If only I had something... Hang on a second. Where's my character?
Where do I go from here?
If only I
what are
had
they doing?
Moonbeam. This is gonna be hilarious.
I want to conserve some of mine. Actually, I did Will's last, so I'll do mine this time. And
Nice. All right, so it looks like the Gloom Mask. So, or not Gloom Mask, but
Lady Shah's will
Sharian
shall
Fidelians.
night shall fall.
Yeah, get rid of that darkness as well. Let's not make it a. So yeah, it looks like we should prioritize the Fidelians. You have a good sleep, Dekus?
you mean for counter spells?
Lady Shah's will shall
Sorry to raid and run,
focus
but
on...
Haji kind of broke my head. No worries, you have a good one.
I was just meaning, like, if you're gonna do attacks to someone, focus on them too, or onto the Fidelians.
Yeah.
So then that way, like, we don't have to deal with darkness, because they seem to have spells that are all related to, like, oh, you're gonna get more hits. It's, like, done to you if you're in obscurity.
Yeah, no, I get you.
So, yeah. Alright.
Ah, darn it, I forgot they could climb up there.
No, it's okay. It wasted their movement. Because as you see, they have to, like, dash and all that kind of nonsense, so...
Yeah.
It's a turn you don't have to deal with them when we try and deal with, like, the bigger problems.
Yeah.
And then there's them, too, that are just
You guys
idiots.
are fucking idiots.
So, yeah, now comes the new problem. Those sentries are gonna be, like, really good at the whole, Alrighty, so that's the novice. That's doing a concentration. That's just
Are you gonna be
shadow
right?
step.
Given how much health you've got.
Oh. Okay, give me a second. Wait, seriously, am I, like, that blinded? Illuminate the area around you with wisps so that make, bolster your allies' damage. What? Oh, I didn't realize this was a thing. What? Okay,
What did you do?
I just, like, activated a light thing. And then I'm just gonna jump up here.
I need to hold
That was a bit risky.
Fighting is futile. The darkness awaits you.
Didn't realize it was that many attack of opportunities I had to deal with. I should have disengaged. Alright, I'm gonna use him.
Can you heal?
Wait, why can't I? Oh, because there's a Justicar thingy-majiggy. Alright, hang on. Mass healing word. Oh my gosh,
went
she's
blinded.
just out of range. God fucking damn it. Alright. There we go. And then... let's go with... Let's go with the one with a higher health. Of course she misses. Wow, fuck you. Oh, Jesus! Ah!
They threw you into the fire.
At least I'm not in darkness anymore. But I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I'm out of range. Alright, Get fucked. And then... That would do a provoke an attack of opportunity.
Nope, no point. I can't really even see anything.
Yeah. So, alright, so I've moved him a little bit.
Oh yeah, I can just do this. I'm invulnerable inside my little sphere.
Cool.
Get out of my sphere! Oh.
You have to do a flex check. I'm nearly dead. If I wasn't an idiot and just being like, oh yeah, I see there's like 3 attack of opportunities on me. I just thought there would be the 1. If I wasn't an idiot, I would have probably have done like a disengage or something and just started being a silly monk of like running around the area like a Lucio.
That did not work how I wanted it to.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's like 2 different people that are right now doing a concentration on darkness, and more that can do so. Beckoning darkness. Don't. So they failed on their thing there. That's fine. Let them do the bone chill.
Bone chill's fine.
So, because I want to try and get rid of the Fidelians, so then that way the likelihood of more like darkness playing. That's fine on Shadowheart. She's.
And we're invulnerable under here anyway, so...
Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Are they just focusing on you? Is that... Yep, and they go right past me.
I mean, this is fine. More people close to me, the more I can do something stupid.
For the Lady of Loss.
Just a point-blank fireball.
You know.
Let's see, let's see. You're invulnerable, so it means nothing. Yep, so they did a shadow step.
Yeah, kind of glad I grabbed the Shield of Invulnerability.
That was a good one, honestly, considering the number of people that are targeting you. I thought someone was gonna, like, hit me or something like that just to guarantee my death at this point. Although, a lot of them are on the stairs.
If the stupid darkness wasn't here.
So, 2 of the Fidelians are, like, right next to each other.
You shall never see sunlight again.
Oh, you're dead.
One of us has a scroll.
Will's got a scroll, and I think Shot's got a scroll.
We can also roll... never mind. We'll see how we go with this. We'll see how we go with this. Because I've also got Revivify. From... Like, the Diva has Revivify, so that might be...
Give up.
Let's see, let's see, let's see. Aid. Shield of Devotion Aid. Have... Revivify.
Just had a burrito for my first time in my life today, too.
Oh, did you know?
Ah, it was a good burrito.
Nice. Alright,
It was from the new, you heard of, GYG? Gomez Y Gomez or something like that?
Yes. Alright, hang on a sec. I'm gonna use this Sunbeam and see how we go. Nice!
Oh, shit!
Alright, looked like that worked.
That hurt! Ooh, look at all that damage!
Unfortunately, many of them saved on their concentration, so...
Yeah, but that was still good, though.
Wait, why am I stoned? Ah, why you make me bold, Sir Dragon? Oh my... God damn it. Alright. So, I am surrounded by all these peeps.
I'm pulling a fireball up here, but I need the angel to move.
Yeah, the angel has like 3 different peeps wanting to take a hit on them. Let me get rid of the sentry, because I think they're the ones
Actually,
that
no, it's even worse, because of the fact that I have to move out of the darkness in order to do it. So I gotta find a way to remove the blind from myself. Or at least remove the darkness from here.
The person responsible for it is right there. Or this one. One of them two.
Well, if you can move Shar out of the way, I can do Burning Hands.
I already went through her turn.
Damn it.
Kind of in a pickle while you're on the stairs, yeah.
Because the other issue is too is that all these guys inside my bubble are invulnerable.
Hmm.
Kind of a double-edged sword on that one.
Do we want to be dicks? And do you think you're able to, during the conversation when I'm talking to the Justicars and what have you, do you think you could be a dick and, like, drop some barrels? Like, just get in and out of camp? Or...
No, I doubt it.
Okay. So, yeah. But no, the Diva's doing fair... Like, I think the Diva was a good summon. So... Alright. Flame of Wrath.
Oh, cool.
No idea what that did.
So, grants me some additional invulnerabilities and also allows me to cast Fireball and a Wall of Fire without much of a problem.
Oh.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I also now remembered why the Wall of Fire is gone, because the Globe of Invulnerability is concentration, much the same as my Wall of Fire.
Yeah. And it's up for another 3 turns.
Yeah.
So, I don't think we have a good move here. And if they're able to get into the invulnerability bubble, then they're invulnerable, which is annoying.
Yeah, until they're not. Because, yeah, there's darkness all around here.
Yep.
We can move him over here, then might shift some targets this way. Really all I can think of if we can shift some targets.
Yeah, this one's a tricky one. Yeah, everyone's getting into the invulnerability bubble, annoyingly enough.
Well, that both works in my favor and doesn't work in my favor.
How so?
If you can get Shadowheart to move out of the way, I've got an open shot of Flaming Hands in order to deal a lot of damage.
Alright, but you'll need to turn off the invulnerability shield when you do that.
That's the idea.
Alright, so long as it doesn't cost you a turn or anything like that.
Well, that's what I gotta find out.
What should I do?
Does she have anything like,
Your end is near.
I don't know, Misty Step?
Freedom of movement. and Blur, but I don't see a Misty Step.
You may have to disengage and have a run then.
What's this?
That's the only thing I can think of is disengaging and running.
They can't go in any direction is the problem, yeah. Okay, so jump is a bonus action, disengage... Okay, disengage is an action. Jump is a bonus.
On I go.
That should also maybe help to drag people in the other direction.
Don't know if it will. They're all a bit busy getting to you right now. They're all going for the diva. Annoyingly enough.
That's why I'm hoping this is gonna work.
I can disengage and then fly. I'm gonna do that with the diva as well. And then I'm gonna fly... So that way we can get out into the open. Go.
Alright, burning hands it is.
Good luck. Alright, that's good. So you got rid of some novices, and you got rid of a novice and a sentry from the looks of it. So we've got a few more cannon fodders out of the way, and we got Will out on his lonesome in the dock.
I may or may not have done some things to give me some bonus actions.
That was a good move, honestly. We'll see how we go. Got haste available to you. Somehow you saved on that saving throw. I think once they do the hit on you, then you can start moving again.
Maybe bow, just a little bit.
Yeah, alright, so there's a lot of things happening.
Is the diva dead over here?
The diva's not dead, the diva's over here.
Damn it.
So... But yeah, that person is casting darkness. That person also is doing darkness. And so is that one right beside you. Alrighty. I'm guessing that's it.
Nope, so's this. Damn it.
Can't target them. That's the problem with
Target's too close or blinded.
Yeah, when you're in darkness, you're basically blinded. It sucks. Terrible.
Best thing I can do.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Too dark. Are you fucking kidding me? Fine, you know
Is
what?
Is that what they
Like-
tell you? Okay. Cool.
I don't know. I'm hoping that'll do something for me.
Just leave the bone shield to run. Oh! Didn't realize it was gonna be that big of a hit. Alright, what are they gonna do? Okay, that was a good call, because they probably would have done it to the Diva and to... Alright. That one's gonna be the most annoying one. Because I don't know if I can revive myself while I'm in darkness like this. Oh. And they decide to change where the darkness is placed. Frick.
Death awaits you.
If need be, we'll just retry.
Yep. Oh. Target is out of sight. God fucking damn it. Alright,
Can you do an AoE heal, or have you got none left for it?
I can do an AoE heal, but where is the limits of the... Okay, cool, we're all in the circles.
Because that's at least going to get you up as well.
It won't, because I'm dead,
Oh, wait,
remember?
you're dead. Right.
Yeah, that's why, like, the... So,
Yeah, you
because
fucked
the
up and
issue
you died.
is that this person is casting darkness in this area here. So... It's tempting to do a divine intervention.
Intervent on that divine.
So... Because, yeah, divine intervention of the opulent revival. Resurrects fallen companions with half their hit points and restores all nearby allies if they had a long... Okay, so it could probably do more than one revive with this one. And then this one does 8d10 radiant, calling upon your deity to bring forth a radiant cataclysm upon all nearby enemies. Okay, so I'll probably save that for when there's way more on stakes.
I would maybe consider doing the,
We only have one shot for it is the thing, so... That's
No,
why
I mean the AoE heal.
Oh
Because right now, if it heals like a long rest, that might do us some good.
Yeah, but like it can do more than one resurrection, which is probably that's probably like a better time to use it and such. And let's see, can I summon? Let's see, Spirit Guardians of Necrotic, Spirit Guardians of Radiant, and can only really be cast upon herself. That's fine. Alright, so that's the new concentration. Cannot see anyone.
See, this was the other reason why I thought Halcyon might have been better for this, given that we could have just summoned a whole bunch of minions to give us a hand.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, hey, Azzy, how you doing? I'm doing well, thank you.
3 attacks of opportunities. God fucking damn it.
Well, that's one.
Fuck it.
But
there we go. Broke their concentration on the darkness, and they are frightened.
Huh.
Which dark
bitch?
Oh, it was a useless darkness. God damn it. Well, one of them is frightened, and hopefully they'll be dead at some point. Will, meanwhile, has a few to deal with. But hey, they can deal with the Justicar Crusaders and not deal with the darkness problem.
Hmm.
Nice.
When in doubt, fireball. Will, whenever you're ready to, there we go.
Yeah, the Crusaders are relatively strong, I realize.
Something like Daylight might be good. I think Halcyon, yeah, Halcyon has that as a druid. He has Daylight.
That's the question, is do we... Yeah. So they're 41. They're 50.
They're 53, 127, 88. Oh, look, a sham wow.
Mm-hmm. Beckoning Darkness on a spiritual weapon. Wow. I don't know if that was genius or stupid.
Or stupidly genius. Bleh.
Bleh.
Umbral form.
Fuck is umbral form? It does umbral form. Deals an additional 1d8 necrotic damage, immune to non-magical, can make an additional melee attack each turn. It cannot cast spells while maintaining this form. Alright, fuck you.
Horse, the Peter is here.
On my way.
Not great.
Yeah, we're in trouble.
Target is out of sight. I choose target to resurrect. God damn you. Alright, actually, no, I need to get rid of you. You're dead. God damn you.
These guys really don't like us.
No, they don't. Seriously, woman, how are you still? Nah, my fucking god. Difficulty class 10, saving roll was like, oh, it's just a flat D20. Jesus Christ, that's annoying. Get fucked, thinking you were gonna get away with that. Alright, they no longer have to deal with spirit guardians. That's understandable. Diva is... Alright, let's see. Oh. Okay, so we're gonna need to revive some peeps. Alright,
Yeah.
okay, so just by simply walking, it should be able to do damage, and then we'll... Alrighty, Divine Intervention of the Opulent Revival.
Sipping Time sponsored by Sir Dragonx88.
God damn it, Will is not in the circle.
But at least 2 out of the 3 is.
Yep, alrighty that. Wait, can't be healed Bone Chill? Hang on, how many of us are Bone Chilled right now? Are you Bone Chilled?
I'm not. Will's dead, so... No, Shot is bone chilled.
God damn you. God fucking damn you. God fucking damn you.
God damn it, Shart.
God damn it.
Do we just want to reload?
We'll see how we go. If we get another person like dead, like you, or Shadowheart gets down, then yeah, we'll restart.
I mean, right now it's just you, Shah, and the other guys.
Let you missed. Okay, no one above you. Let's get rid of you. Yep, cool. You missed. There we go. That's the diva
Oh
gone.
no!
Alrighty. So they dash. I'm gonna try and get up to you as soon as I can. Let's see, are you gonna move? Nope. God damn it.
Oh, don't you... Oh, I was gonna say, don't you bloody dare. Don't you bloody fucking dare.
Help, please.
That is her dead. How did that happen? Lost condition of Spirit Guardian. Succeeded. Was healed for 8 points. Lost condition downed. Was healed for 1. Used dash. What? Wait, hang on. Where's the...
I have no idea.
She's still alive. Okay, so it's the spirit weapon doing shit now.
Somehow she's still alive. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's a weirdies. Alright, so there's the novice. There's the... I'm gonna... Okay. Can't do anything while they're in umbral form. Oh, that was a good hit. Oh, the bone thingamadiggy might have done like a burst of damage or something? I don't know. But yeah, she no longer has Spirit Guardian on her, which is annoying. And then...
Yeah, because right now, if I was up, this would be a great time for a fireball.
Autosave at the House of Grief. Cool. So we're starting all the way back there. I'm gonna pick up some barrels. Was that you that did that?
Me that did what? Ow.
Alright, so... I shouldn't have run away. I shouldn't have jumped out from the party. So that would have been... Hi there, Pox. Welcome to the stream. This is Act 3. Oh, Code is with me. Say hi.
Hi.
Code and I are currently at Act 3. We are so far ahead in this game.
Yeah, we are so far.
So far. So good. Ignore the fact that we just... That's technically the 3rd party wipe I think we've gone through.
Yeah, I think so. You know what else we can go through? Some.
Honestly, I thought that was going to be like the start of an advertisement. It actually is probably good timing for an advertisement while we do some...
The House of Grief,
you know, some...
just
I'm gonna grab some barrels and shit, okay?
Here to help.
Yeah.
So...
We are here to help.
Do you seek help? You are in the
Alright, I'm going to head back into camp. I'm gonna grab Halcyon this time, like I should have.
Alright, then fine. You grab Halcyon.
With all of his summons.
So, I don't think there's another summoning thing. Alright, so... Ding.
My heart soars just to look upon you.
Oh my god, why does he sound so romantic with you?
Because we had the sex, remember?
Oh yeah, that's right. You had sex.
One day I'll catch a break.
What the hell is wrong with you? I get to have sex. I hate this place.
Ready at your dad.
Hang on. For some reason I can't open my chest.
Alright. Halcyon needs a level up.
Alrighty,
Good night, Ruby.
Smoke barrel. I'm gonna send that to Shadowheart. 3. I'm gonna send this to me. 2.
No, that's
3.
cantrip. Spell.
Gonna send these to Halcyon. And then 1 to you. That's So we have this rune powder bomb, but I feel like that's going to be excessive and could be used in something else. It's too heavy for code. We don't have Karlach with us. I might drink that invigorating strength. Because I think so affects determines how far you can jump and how much you can carry. So yeah, because I'm carrying quite a bit. Alright, so you're summoned. Do you think you can carry any more barrels?
I'm not sure.
Probably not. I can't carry any more barrels.
Probably not, because I am not really all that strong.
Darn. Do I have something that can make me stronger? Hang on a second. Blissful Lightning, Arcane Cultivation, Angelic Repose, Gaseous Form, Vaulting. I swear I had something that would make me stronger. It's like Giant Strength or something, I thought. Wait, what's about? Drink this to increase the effectiveness of your spells. You gain 3 arcane acuity. Would that be useful for you? The battle mage power?
Could be.
Right.
Also, I'm giving Halson Sunbeam.
Okay. Sounds good. See invisibility, vicarious vigilance.
Beam Sun.
You can't be surprised. Ooh, these might be good ones for us to drink. The increasing our vigilance gives us a +5 to initiative, which might be useful in trying to, you know, jump one of the peeps. Breaks your target's concentration and silence it. Oh, that would be so useful. Alrighty. Greater invisibility. Misty Step. Let's see. Polymorph, hold person. Scroll of Enlarge.
Enlarge, Marge.
Enlarge. How long does Enlarge last for is the question. Type. Dun 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 dun. It's a concentration from the looks of it. But yeah, right now I'm carrying 1, 2, 3.
You're carrying enough.
Hang on, I'm just gonna Flash Blinder. Flash Blinder, I'm gonna send to camp. Same as you. Sent to camp. Okay. Increases can be to apply its effect until long rest. There we go. Now I can carry a lot more.
What clubs do you have, or anything that might work for Halson?
Clubs?
Yeah.
That's a Morning Star. That's a Warhammer. There's a mace. I got a trident. Alright, so we've got the Infernal Mace. On hit, the effective entity deals an additional 3 poison damage, can possibly poison its target.
Could be good.
So yeah, that's what all the Infernal Maces do. Great Club +1. Let's see. Corpse Grinder. Oh no, that's a mole.
Yeah, because for Shillelagh to work, I need a staff or a club.
Argument Solver. Oh, that's a great club. Never mind. Big Boy's Chew Toy.
What does that do?
It is a quarterstaff with a magical... Who's a large fellow. Grow in size to become stronger, and that lasts for 10 turns.
Yeah, that seems like something you'd need.
I'm already using, like, Saloon's Spear as the thing. Alrighty, Plants take max and have disadvantage on save. Nope. Durkin. Fusion, Hold Monster, Sleet. Thunder, something or other. Staff of a Mumbling Wizard? Firebolt, question mark. Oh my god, it will cast Fireball or Firebolt at random. That sounds ridiculous. I love it. There's a Clown Hammer. Whenever this weapon... it's a War Hammer, technically. Lae'zel, meanwhile, has Gauntlets of the War Master, the Brain Dance, Soul Breaker's Great Sword, Boots of Psionic Movement, Mental something or other, Agitation. Okay, so you're holding on to Rhapsody, so I'm gonna send that to camp. Oil of Bane. That's a Hurkin.
Do you have Club of Hill Giant Strength?
Club of Hill Giant Strength?
Yeah.
It doesn't give me the option to just, like, type in, like, club.
It would be useful if it did.
Yeah. Although I'm guessing that's, like... because I got the big chew toy, which makes it so you, like, it does the level 2, like, growing thing. Club, you said.
Yeah.
+2 dagger, defender's flail. Great club, great club, great club, great club. Harper, Sacred Striker, Infernal Mace, Kethric's Warhammer, Mace, Magical Pike, Mull, Magerial Halberg, Moonlight Glaive, Nelulia.
Do you have the Ironwood Club?
Punch Drunk Club, Pike, Quarterstaff, Rat Bat, Quarterstaff +2, Scimitar +2. I don't think I have what you're looking for.
Ah, we really didn't pick up much in the way of good club weapons.
The Sacred Star is a Morning Star, which wouldn't be available. Yeah, so not much. Staff of Crones, Susaw, Sword of Chaos. On hit, regain 1d6. Might be useful for someone who is using a sword. The Long Arm of Gur.
Gur.
Yeah, I don't think we have... I'm gonna go with my strat of, like, you know, maybe you initiate the conversation, and then I run around with the barrels, dropping them around. And then that way...
Yeah. Okay. You said you had a club +1, right?
I had great clubs. Hang on a second, let me double check club. Shit. Goddamn, my inventory is like a mess to read. Great club, which are two-handed. I got a mace, Null, Halberg, Morning Star. Got the... Alright, that's another great club. Are you sure it's club or great and not great club?
Nah, club. Because he does more damage with clubs and the like.
I have a club which does 7 to 17 damage.
I mean, that'll do for the time being.
Who do we give that to? Halson?
Yeah, Halson.
Alrighty. Oh, crude mace. I'll give that to Halson. That might be the better one to use.
I mean, it'll do for now, just to give him a weapon that he can utilize.
Yeah. Or daggers, fireball, fire shield, firebolt.
Because, yeah, one that I was just looking at, Ironwood Club, when under the effect of Shillelagh, gains an additional 1.4d bludgeoning damage.
I have not seen that pop up in our adventures, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, it was because it's in Act 2.
Possibly to find it again, but would take some time.
Yeah, no.
Alrighty, I am walking a little bit slowly, but the good news is I now have a lot of fucking barrels with me.
Yep, let me just do my conjurings.
Oh, you still have to teleport to Baldur's Gate, by the by.
Yeah. Dryad. Yes, yes, you are us.
No time to waste.
Yep, until long rest. Cool. Now the question is... I can't really give him a different weapon. Yeah, just Diva Mace, which is what does all that damage.
My faith will guide me.
I'll grab an Earth Elemental. Punch a Minor Elemental. We'll bring... And the more of them, the better. So some Mud Mephits.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've got any summoning spells left. No.
Alright.
Nope.
Should be. I'm about as good as I can be with what I've got.
Excuse me, sorry.
Shillelagh, Earth Elemental, Mud Mephits. Radio, radio.
So we need to go to Baldur's Gate.
Yep. So you see that bridge? Yep.
Yep, I'm heading towards it.
Where's you? Just gonna keep an eye. Oh, never mind. It just decides to go back to me. Okay.
back to me, now back to you, now back to me again.
Alright, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh yeah, the Dryad also has her wood woad.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna start this conversation because I have a distance to walk.
Moving in.
Hello, Wilbur.
Welcome, friend. Your burdens.
No, so you didn't have anything cool. Alright. Miri.
Welcome to the House of Grief. There's been some spam all in due time.
Let us pass.
As I said, in
the mapping
this
of what?
Or submit to
Submit and be gay.
Alright, I'm just gonna set up a save here. Just so that, like, that way we have all of our, like, minions out and everything. And then... Oop.
have a seat. The mapping will begin shortly.
Me with, like, 6 smoke barrels shoved up my ass right now.
You seek to be unburdened, yes?
Only 6?
The mapping of the...
That voice.
Do you know why?
We know
Looks
why
is
she's
a gift,
here.
girl. Do you still not understand that? Why map? Now on the art and who the mother give I you
We've
still
already
have now to
seen
say.
all this. Alright. Oh.
What did you just...
I don't know. Did you have an idea? Maybe it was
Nope.
an investigation opportunity, like, before the thingy. But, yeah. Alrighty. So. I think I gave you a few... I gave Halcyon a few barrels.
Yeah.
So, probably what you want to do is... One of us, most likely you, will have a conversation with the Mother Superior, and, you know, we'll break off the party so then that way they don't get pulled into the conversation. But we won't be, like, too far away. Okay?
Yep.
You keeping up?
Yeah, so you want me to start the conversation, or do you?
For you to start the conversation. So...
Alright.
So yeah, so it's around about... Hang on a second. Sorry, I just have to do this slope wall. So it's so we can get, I think, as far as the bottom of these stairs. I think that's the furthest we can go before conversation.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Now, from the looks of it... Novice, Fidelian. So there's two novices. So there's 2 novices and a Fidelian over on this side.
Yep.
And Fidelian, novice, and 1 Fidelian here, and a Fidelian here. All right. So you should step forward. Are you in conversation?
And I need to speak.
Yep.
Alrighty.
You may have evaded the mapping of the heart, but never mind.
Oh, she probably wanted, like, Shadowheart to be with it. Alright. Break off. Here comes the... Now the real question is, can I...
Don't test me. Back up.
Okay, so they don't want me going up there. That's fine. Let me just leave a barrel right next to you. Here. And you know what? Have 2. You know?
The game's going great, thank you, Xerix. I'm sorry, Azzy.
There. Okay, just a little further. There we go. And there. Alright, there's 2 for you.
Here, let me give Halcyon to give you the other ones.
Yep.
Herkin.
No father. We are...
Alright, Alright, so there's 2 there. I'm gonna F5 here. because I don't think I can go any further there.
I'm trying to send another one over to you. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Sent 3 over to you.
Yeah, because I'm going to see if I can try and get a barrel here. Because these things have a pretty big range, as far as I know.
So we can't, yeah, so we can't go any further up the stairs.
Yeah, we can't go any further up the stairs. It looks like I can be here. Alright, I'm gonna try and... There we go. And you know what? Here's an oil barrel. Just to really piss you off. Shadowheart, do you have any? Yes, you do. You have a few. Alright, back over to Herkendurkin.
Interesting.
You know what? Because... There. Actually, you know what? Down here. Alright, and then over on the other side... One. Oop. One up here. One down here. And let's put an oil barrel here. Alright, I reckon... Oh, and then, let's see, can I put one right next to her? Looks like. Alright.
Are you good?
I think that's as good as we are going to get it.
Oh.
You have different conversation options?
Yeah.
Shadowheart's presence in your mind, and with it, the artifact. She succeeded, a bold claim given your current circumstances. I have not assembled my forces here just to spectate.
Fair enough.
Humor me with a little negotiation. Perhaps we can find terms that will allow blades to...
Ooh, actually, hang on a second.
Whatever
I
it
need to
takes.
have Shadowheart drink something right now. I don't think I'm under any potion effects. No, I got the Hill Giant effect. Okay, so I can't drink the potion I was intending to drink. But I can give... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There's a pretty good potion. There we go. Split. Send that to Shadowheart. I'll send the other one to Halsin for Halsin to drink.
No time to dally.
So... This makes it so their initiative is +5.
Yeah.
I would recommend drinking it. Alright, I'm gonna have Shadowheart back up here. So... Oh, actually, no. I'm gonna have her just on the stairs here. So hopefully she should be able to, like, aim at any of the things with either a bow and arrow or... thingy. Halsin's good up there. Has Halsin drank his potion?
Which potion?
The potion of... Hang on, it should be with Halsin right now.
Oh, potion of vigilance?
Yep. Drink to gain +5 bonus to initiative. Sound good?
Yep.
Awesome.
How about the artifact for your life? And perhaps even my support in the battles yet to come against the Absolute.
Best if we reunite against our common enemy, the Absolute. Oh my god. Friendship and guidance.
Friendship? Again?
And guidance, here we go. Oh my god, do you get this?
Do I get this?
Yeah, it looks like you do.
Whoa!
Oh!
My interest is defeating the Absolute. It seems you're on that path already. I will not have it said that I am unreasonable. Shadowheart, surrender her to me. She has much to answer for.
Oh, no.
Ah, see, this is where I go,
no.
Fuck you.
Oh, but I shall. I'll just ask your corpse where she's hiding.
Yep.
Lilala! Fasha!
And here I thought we were able to negotiate.
Alright, let's see. How... Okay, so nearly... Okay, so, Shadowheart. She could quite literally... I'm just gonna have her firebolt this section here. You ready?
Yep.
Hey, one of the fiddle masks is
fucking
dead. The other one is only half damage. Alrighty. Me now.
Try me.
Excuse me. There we go. That's another dead. Oh, this is fantastic! And... Did you have a spell you gotta use? Because all I got is unarmed. Flurry of Blows,
Yeah,
and I don't exactly want to run into that barrel.
Oh, you mean this barrel sitting right over here?
This barrel.
You mean that barrel? That barrel right there? That barrel sitting right... Fireball.
You're walking to it! What are you...
Stop,
Code?
stop, you idiot. Stop, you. I don't know why he just started walking towards it like a friggin' idiot.
Okay, you have fun.
Now fireball like a non-stupid person.
Oh, amazing. I'm pretty sure, yep. So, far less people to deal with. Alright, so that's my out of the way. The Diva, I'm gonna have him do a frightening thingy-majiggy on the Crusader. I don't have enough movement. God damn you. Frightening on this one right here. Of course, it has to be a critical miss. I can't have fun, can I? I'm not allowed fun. Alright.
Why would we allow that? I mean, come on.
Alrighty, let's have her move her way down and join in the fighting. Lol, one lone sentry.
What's he casting? Bone Chill?
Bone Chill and Shadowheart.
No.
So yeah, once Mother Superior is out of her little sanctuary thing, then we just hit the next smoke bomb thing that's here. Yep, she no longer has thingy.
I know your fears, girl. The unknown father, offering an embrace of fang and claw.
Alrighty. Oh, that's your shillelagh.
So this might hurt everyone a little bit, but...
Yeah, that's fine.
Wee wee, shillelagh!
Shillelagh! Shame about the smoke powder bomb not doing too much. Well, thank Christ a critical hit is only 10 from these guys. Oh, there's a...
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro? Oh. So there's one all the way up there.
Where the... Okay, I was like, where the hell are you?
They're all the way up there. Another bone chill, not a problem. I'm half expecting these guys to be all around this barrel shortly. Nice. 18, it's not too bad. Alright, who is Mud Method? Okay.
Yo, at some point we should get our summons to drop their weapons at some point.
You think that'll work?
All you gotta do is command them to.
Okay.
I mean, you can get Azur's hammer from that.
Alright, so we gotta get rid of this one. You just need to get out of the little pool of darkness.
Darkness.
Devour intellect. Uh-huh.
Hey Nick, how you doing?
Hello.
Let's see, Woodwobe. Might as well get him up here to help deal with this thing quickly. Oh, permanently armed. This creature cannot be disarmed. Ah, because the wood is probably attached to him.
Yep. Alright, so you got your wood thingy-majiggy and your other earth elemental. I'd probably have them try and get to this person here, because they can at least teleport a lot farther without needing...
I do? Sorry, I didn't see you click on it. Right about there? Sure.
Yeah. So, because their elemental warp should make it so they can at least get to that distance, if not further.
Problem, not enough space.
So long as they don't touch the darkness, then they should be okay. Nice.
Hey, bitch! You want to get smacked?
Yeah! There we go. Now we got a lot more, like, understanding of where everyone is. Oh my gosh, I can use the smoke thingy-majiggy. Hang on a second. Or, hang on. Or just have that miss. God damn you.
So much for peace.
That hurt somebody.
It hurt a few people. They need 20 to hit. They rolled 21.
Went to the doctor yesterday. Turns out I have a strep throat. What does that mean?
It means there's a bacteria on your in your throat, so it's gonna be causing you problems.
That's no fun.
So it's like a virus, but worse. Flurry of blows.
Hey, look. Moonbeam. Oh no, wait. Shillelagh's already applied. Who's in need of healing? That would be Shot at the moment.
And then I'll use...
Also, Halson's healing gives Blade Ward as well, which decreases,
well, I'm going to use this bonus action for a mass healing word, because I just had her do an attack, so we should all get a nice bump to our health as well.
Let's see, I've got 7 of these Scorching Rays.
I would prioritize getting rid of the Fidelian, so then that way we don't have to deal with too many of these, because that was like my priority for why I did all the barrels. So, how much health is this Fidelian on? 17. Okay, nice. And
Not
they have
a
a
lot.
radiant
I've already
orb
got
on
2 of them. I've already got 2 of them pointed at them, so...
Nice, nice, nice.
Yeah. Widdly wee, fuck all of you!
Fuck of you! Nice.
Really, how'd I miss that?
She's only got 3 health, we're fine.
You know what? No, fuck you. Bitch!
It's okay.
Fighting is futile. The darkness awaits you.
She says, but I'm pretty sure she's nearly dead. Oh, Blight, you definitely don't. Gee,
Grant,
thanks.
sorry, I tried to block it, but I don't think that helped.
Nah, it's okay.
What's that? Entangle these 3 right here. Moves my other one, but at least they're not moving.
So yeah, so next person of interest will be this one here, the Fidelian there, because...
The Fidelian over where? The one all the way back there, yep, got it.
So, because they're likely going to cast... Because they did Bone Chill last time as well, but they might do a Darkness thingamadiggies.
Darkness for my lord Zerbort.
Ah... Nice.
I fling mud at you. Yes, don't worry, it was mud.
It's just like, woe be upon you. That's what I was worried about. Now we have to deal with his... Do you think your mud myths can do a little fuckaroonies on... There she is again.
Say hi, bitch! Damn.
Apparently, let's see what the concentration is. Yeah, it's just she just rolled that. It was a difficulty 10 and she rolled a 10. Painful.
Wounds, too much to bear.
Oh. All right. Yeah. Alrighty. Can I have him aim to... Sorry, I'm just gonna deal with this one personally. With my multi... That wasn't a multi-attack, but it's fine. I'm guessing your Mudmouth is gonna do a multi on this person right here. Oh, the Umbral. I see.
Okay, remove the moonbeam.
Oh, what the fuck? I'm sorry, what? I targeted my... Oh my god, I targeted myself like an idiot.
That's alright, I've done that.
Hang on.
Take you.
Oh, that was guidance.
Can't even catch my breath.
There we go. Wait, is my guy doing... No, he's not doing thingy-majiggy damage. Okay. That's an attack of opportunity, unfortunately. Meanwhile, this guy was a fucking idiot. Who did the darkness up here?
Wait. Killed her. Oh. No, yeah, that one.
Alright, cool. So, he's there for when they move. You've got a... Yep. Alright, so... You're literally in the Mudfet. Then there's this Dark Justicar here. Nice. No, she rolled a 10 on a d20. The PC is not that lucky. Nice. Now we just have that Justicar to deal with.
Here's
Probably
poop in your eye.
Just start throwing it at the Crusaders, just like poop.
Ha! You thought you could attack me, but you're too short.
Alright, let's see how the Psychic Discharge goes against you. Nice! That was a critical hit. Okay, you're dead. Alright. 8 points on the Justicar left. Yeah! Oh, this is going so much better than last time.
Yeah. Because we actually planned.
Just setting up all kinds of... Alright, let me go against this Novice and see if...
Hello!
Hi there, Sage. Hope you're doing good and your Baldur's Gate is running well. Sorry you wasn't here yesterday. You had 2 exams. Not to worry, Sage. So this is our second time trying to fight this, House of Thingy-Madiggies. And... Alright, looks like the only person left is... that person there. Fuck it. Luck of the Realms.
Maybe talk to the bitch?
Send me to Lady Shah's embrace.
She still has answers I need.
Actually, I'm just gonna F5 this because we just got out of this fight.
Yeah, good idea. I do not need to be doing that again.
My parents. Where are they?
So blunt. Have you forgotten all the interrogation techniques I taught you? Where is the finesse?
Answer me!
They are right through that door in the Chamber of Loss, where they have been all along. You saw them many times, only we made you forget. But they didn't forget. They watched as we molded you. They watched. They wept. They bled. Often at your hand. It may not be a happy reunion, but it will be a memorable one.
They're already dead, aren't they?
Such cruelty.
Why? Why me? Why all this effort?
Lady Shah commanded me, and I obeyed. I do not question. I merely act as she wills me to. I had an enclave in Waterdeep, you know. Much grander than this. Shah ordered me to raise it. Kill all who followed me. Claim they betrayed me. When in fact, I slew those who showed nothing but loyalty. Shah had me do that. And I did. To cover my tracks. To usher in you.
What are you talking about?
You became my mission. To take a child of Selûne's and turn her over to Lady Shah. To show that all light fades and darkness will prevail in the end.
Oh, excuse me.
All this was to make you into what the Dark Lady needed you to be. The training, those deaths in Waterdeep. It was all to groom you to replace me at her right-hand side. And still you...
Damn, imagine if we had, like, you know, the fucking Spear of Selûne here with us. She's no threat anymore. Let her go.
Shah will look too kindly on her failure. We all know how she treats those who disappoint her. Go. Vanish, as if you were dead.
The Dark Lady was wrong about you, girl. Too much kindness lurks in your heart. Alluve.
I would have just killed the bitch.
Bye, bitch.
Alright, Chamber of Loss is...
just on the other side. Threshold of Loss over here.
No keyhole. Must be another way in.
Hang on. Black Diamond, maybe?
Oh.
After I moved something on the altar.
Hang on, there's a silver key here. It's gonna open something.
Who dropped the fruit?
Why do you keep farting in your stream? Nocturne?
Not.
Who's Nocturne?
Shadowheart? I wasn't sure if I'd ever lay eyes on you again. It's me, Nocturne. Do you remember?
Remind me?
We trained together. We used to be close. I'm glad to see you're all right.
I don't remember you.
Pull the lever.
Oh.
A pity. Perhaps we can talk some more later? That is, if you're not about to turn on me. It seems you no longer walk in the Dark Lady's shadow.
Shah condemned me. By her decree...
Hi there,
you and I
Wild
are
Saber.
enemies.
Only if you wish us to be. You may not remember, but we shared a lot together once. Good times. Hard times. I will not turn on you,
be so
even if it angers
fine.
Lady Shah.
Then boom.
That's
Good on her. Horny.
good enough for me.
That is nice. That they're
I'm
not going
sure
so
what
far
I
as to
expected
wanting
coming
to
back to
stab
this
each
place. Certainly not a friend. There must be all sorts you can tell me. Things I can't even remember.
There are. But with the Mother Superior gone, I don't know if I can stay here to reminisce. Perhaps there's another enclave out there for me.
You don't need Shah.
You don't, perhaps. Not everyone is as brave. I'll leave come tomorrow. Come see me before then. I was working as quartermaster. I can sell you some things to aid you.
Ooh.
And we can catch up.
Alright, let me just have a look around.
Well, that's always plus.
Jewelry box sounds cool.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Just to see how I protect one of my own so badly.
Keep getting my hair stolen.
Hard to imagine these.
What do you want?
That's alright. At least someone's not dropping a fat one in your chat.
Just dropping a fart.
Some sort of specimen.
Yeah, that's 3 farts now.
Do you seek to trade?
Let me see
As
your
Shadowheart's
wares.
friend, I'll extend the privilege to you as well.
Crawler Mucus. Cover your active weapon with a poison. Target must succeed a Constitution saving throw or become paralyzed. And then there's all kinds of thingy-majiggies.
I mean, I won't say no to the 100 bits, you know.
Yeah, no, 100 bits is always good. Hey! Why did I get my shirt stolen?
No shirt for you. Oh, there's a jewelry box over here.
There we go.
Be sure to get everything you...
Stone. Have you opened up the... Yep, okay, it looks like you're dealing with that. Nocturne's journal? Can I read that?
Oh, hello, Dragonblade. Is that you making those tooties? High security vault number 8 key.
Number 8. Nice, okay. Alright, let's have a look at
Actually, I want to see what this guy's got too.
Greetings. Do you seek to trade?
Oh, you've already...
Shadowheart's friend?
Of course, you've already, procured everything from her, didn't you?
Everything you need.
What are you talking about? I don't know.
I think when I moved that black diamond, it did something.
It sounded like there was something, yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to find...
Oh, hang on, look. One of the lights went out.
Was that because of us?
Not sure. Oh.
Did the door
There you
open
go.
because of a silver... Oh my goodness, the door opened because of a silver key.
I won't go any further. I'm not horny.
Alrighty. Captives of Shar. What does this say? A ledger bearing the names of those incarcerated in the Chamber of Loss. Some are noted to have died. A Githyanki, who was double guard at all times. Currently deceased. Ariel Hollowleaf. Emmeline Hollowleaf. Baron Alice Borum and an unknown interloper.
I see them. I see my parents.
Hello?
What's been done to them?
Huh? Not sure. Oh, thank you for the bits.
What is... I have no understanding of why they're just hanging up like that.
Can we get them down somehow?
Let's see if we light them up. Does anything happen? No. Alright, what happens if we talk to Arnell? Oh, Shadowheart's with us this time.
It can't be. Another vile trick.
No, there is no trick. It's her. Jennifer. Jen. Our little girl.
Our little girl.
I did not know her name would be Jen.
It is you.
I'm here to get you out of here. They're all gone. It's over.
I have no clue what's going on. I'm guessing it's Lady Shard nonsense here.
It is not over. You see, it matters not if you raise this place. If you slay every one of your brothers and sisters. That was never where my power resided. Every time you try to step away from me, every time you try to reach for Selûne, my hold on you bites deeper. If you had learned, if you had obeyed, there would be no pain. But you struggle on. You make things worse for yourself and for them.
The temptation that called this goddess a monster.
I mean, she is.
I am neither. I am nothing.
Oh, well, that just takes the fun out of it.
I am the empty room. The dreamless sleep. The shadow's shadow. There was no pain before my sister set the sun aflame. Now you exist to suffer. Until you find your way back to my embrace.
Enough! I'm taking my parents away from here. I'm taking them away from you.
You cannot. We are still bound to you. You cannot both free us and free yourself from her curse. The Moon Maiden needs you more than she needs us. You are the future. You must return to the fold. We are the past. And our duty is almost done.
Eloquently put. His mind stood up well to his time here. The same cannot be said for your mother. Such brief, fragile lives humans lead. This is my final lesson. I leave you now to dwell on your mistakes and make your choice.
Shah's parting words make your flesh crawl.
I don't like
that.
There
is no lesson to be learned here. Only a family's torment, a spiteful goddess's whims, and an unspeakable choice to be made.
She's gone. I don't understand.
Shah will never admit defeat. Not until she has stolen one last thing from you. We cannot allow your future to be her last prize. Not after all your mother and I have endured. To see you again. Your companion understands, I think. Help her, please. Help her see what must be done.
I don't like this. I was gonna say, talk to your mother and father, see what they wish.
I mean, either one.
I'm sorry. I didn't know any of this was happening until it was much too late. I came to try to put things right.
And you did. You found us. All these years, that dream kept us going. That you would break free. No matter what they made you do to us, we knew you were still in there.
I knew the Dark Woods wouldn't frighten you. You were always such a brave girl.
She was. And still is. You've saved us. Now save yourself. You'll be out of Shah's reach, and we'll be at peace.
But I only just found you again after all this time. I can't lose you again.
We'll still be with you. By the Moon Maiden's grace, we'll never be far. Please, Jennifer.
God damn it. I don't really know if there's a good choice here.
Is this truly what you want?
It is what we need. All of us. You were meant to be a guiding light for Selûne's faithful, but they robbed you from us. Now that can be righted, and we can rest.
Help us, Jen.
Fletchutari fan. Thank you for the follow.
I've seen your face.
Yeah, they followed me as well. Thank you.
Ah, nice.
Goodbye.
Not goodbye. Not even close.
I am going to continue not saying ow. Okay, what are those?
Moon motes. They bring Selûne's light to dark places and offer guidance to those in need.
What's our favorite characters? I love Karlak.
My parents are
Alton,
watching
daddy,
over me.
daddy, 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 daddy.
Hey, look, there he is.
Let's leave this place. There's nothing more for me here.
One thing. What should I call you now? Shadowheart? Genevele?
Shadowheart, still. I can't run away from who I was all this time. Besides, there's something fitting to it. Can't cast a shadow without sunlight.
Interesting.
Good on you, girl.
Oh, and we can talk to her even more.
But yeah, Shah. Kind of a cunt.
I saw them,
Bit of a cunt.
spoke to them, and let them go. It's more than I can take in just now. Give me a night to try and get my head together.
I will be right back. I actually have to go to the bathroom.
Not to worry. Meanwhile, we've got this Mirror of Loss here.
Anything in the mirror?
Excuse me.
Huge polished disc looms before you. A mirror, but
Just gonna quick save there.
one that offers no reflection. All you see is a void of endless darkness.
Oh, shit!
Yeah, this is gonna be a hard one.
It's an intelligence check. Actually, I quick saved it earlier, so you can probably like back away, and we can probably adjust your we can probably adjust your stat line like before you approach this thing again, if you would prefer.
I mean, probably would be better to have approached with.
Nothing comes to you.
Yeah.
The mirror remains a mystery.
All right, hang on a second. So, okay, so I did a chamber. So there's a quick save at the cloister. Is there a... So if I go... I'm gonna I'm gonna load to the Chamber of Loss I had just before you did all those checks. So then that way you're able to back away from it. Because I've got the necklace that will give us, like, the different rolling with advantage stuff. I've got the headdress that should up your intelligence. Like, we can probably figure out all kinds of nonsense to make it, like,
you guys
really powerful.
talk to it. I mean, doesn't mean I have to talk to it.
Yeah, but you've already got, like, some decent bonuses. I feel like it would work with you. So.
All right. Well, before we do, I need to go run to the bathroom quickly. I will be back.
Alrighty then. Fun fact, the Closetteers is also the name of an art and historical museum. Oh, nice.
Huge polished disc looms before you.
Alright, now the question is, can I... Yep, I can go to camp from here.
Should mind my step.
Alrighty, so... Product, Peerless Focus. Okay, I don't think I have potions that are gonna help me with any of the stats.
Okay. I left it.
Okay, cool. One moment, please. I need to find the headdress thingy-madiggies. So there's the Speak to Dead. You have advantages on Intelligence, Wisdom, and Charming saving throws. Where's the headdress thing? Swear.
Wow, I have 2 black diamonds.
Oh my god, what are you gonna do with all of them?
I'm gonna put them in your butt.
Ring thing. What's this? That's the undead stuff. That's quick fingers. That's nonsense. Even further nonsense. Minsk is that. That's a circuit of blasting. Wait, has this thing been in my head all this time? Hang on. Oh, that can be sent to camp. I don't need it. Where the fuck is it? Did I give you the necklace already, or?
Don't know.
No, I don't think I did. I know. Alright, so there's my Morning Frost thingy-madiggy. I did put stuff away. This one is Circle of Bones. +1 bonus. Will helmet. Where is... Here it is. The Warped Headband of Intellect sets the wearer's intelligence score to 17. So I'm going to send that to you. And then I'm going to send you this necklace. Sound good?
Let's try it again.
Alright, you got everything?
Yep, just come on back when you're ready.
Alrighty then. So.
The huge mirror stares down at you like a great dark eye.
So you want to study the arcane mirror. So, yep, the warped thingy-majiggy gives you +4. Did you put on the necklace?
Yep.
Oh, it doesn't give you, like, double thingy-majiggy. Oh, it only does it for saving throws. It's not doing it for checks. Hey! Critical success!
A mirror of loss. A relic said to be as old as the Church of Shar itself. Those who stood before it could surrender their very thoughts and memories to the Lady of Loss. Great powers rest within the realm of the mirror. to be granted at the Dark Lady's whim to those making a suitable offering. A piece of themselves.
Ooh. I know what this is about. So you can, like... So you need to offer a prayer, I believe, first.
Yeah, but do I really want to, though?
We'll be... Don't worry. Like, you give up something to gain something, but we can do a recovery thingamajiggy for LP gain it back.
Your prayers fade away into the nothingness
Okay.
of the mirror.
Don't do anything with the mirror, then.
Yeah.
Hand me the nonsense, please.
Hand to the Durkin.
Equipped.
Hand to the Durkin.
Equipped. Now, do I have anything else that will give me some things to help me? Not from the looks of it. No, it doesn't look like I'm gonna get a bonus for anything. Alright. F5. So, because we can do something, because we have Shadow Heart and you got Halcyon. Give me a second, give me a second.
A huge polished disc.
This feels familiar to me somehow. I'm sure I've stood before this mirror before. Many times, perhaps.
Alright, here we go. Well, that was bullshit. I want to pass that check.
I want to gain stuff.
I want to game the system. Because the idea is that you give up a memory, which means you get a neg into one of your stats, but it means you get a +2 in one of your other stats. And you can recover from the curse because it's a curse, so you just have a cleric like Shadowheart, remove curse. Ah, indeed. There is ways to be... Also, can I have the mage friend thingamajiggy? Because I noticed that was a ring that was helping you out in yours.
No, it's mine.
You mean it's yours?
It's mine.
Oh. Play it like that, are we? Alrighty, here we go. We're gonna play it like that.
It's mine.
Alright, here we go.
A huge...
This feels familiar to me somehow. Many times, perhaps.
Alright, fine, never mind. It's a really high check.
Prayers fade away into...
Let's not bother with it then. Tis a silly thing. Let's not deal with Camelot. Tis a silly place. Alrighty, I'm gonna keep those smoke bombs just in case. I'm gonna send that to camp. Alright.
Another step forward.
I don't think there's anything else we're going to try and get from here. Unless...
No.
Is there something we can dig over here? Because there's like this patch of dirt. It's just a random chasm I see.
Scratch's tail wags enthusiastic.
I see you're going to... Oh, there's a cage here? Okay. Anything of import? No, not from the looks of it. Just an iron gated thing. So we can just... A decapitated Gith. The Githyanki crossbow and some studded leather.
Githyanki, head removed. They tortured her for information, then made sure the corpse couldn't help anyone else.
That Githyanki probably explained to them where the artifact was. Alrighty.
We're moving to you?
I'm still in the dungeon thing. I think what we need to do now is we need to head to Worm's Rock and do Karlach's questline and Will's and such, which means going to Gortash. Do you want to do that for a little bit? Because I know we're close to the end, but we should probably do something that is actually, like, main Act 3 nonsense.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Wait, you're going to Worm's Rock right now? I haven't yet swapped my companions.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Alright, give me a sec, I need to...
I will swap out,
Halcyon for Will.
I will... Yep.
Yep, and I'll swap out Shadowheart for...
I'm so glad Shadowheart's ordeal is over. It'll be a long time before she'll come. Looks like your troops all trooped up. You'll need to send someone packing if you want me to join.
You're coming with me. Come on.
Let's hop.
Yeah! We're hopping!
Trying to talk to Willem.
Shadowheart's memories will be a heavy load for her to carry. I'd love to join, but...
Alrighty, let me just double check if Karlach has...
Damn, it's good to be alive.
Okay, so she's already wearing, like, some good AC stuff. Alright. Have you swapped Will out yet?
Yeah, I'm swapping William now. It's taking a second.
Nice, okay. I'm gonna do a short rest here, just so then that way my health and all us go fine. I'll wait for you to do your levels. Because he's a few levels away.
Yeah. So what did we have on William? We had...
Whatever happens next, be
greater
sure
invisibility.
that I will document it all as accurately as possible.
Blur, death, darkness, hand drums, Bolo's Guide to Spirits and Specters, Bolothrump, and okay, so not really anything that important for us.
Heightened spell. Old monster. There we go. All sorted.
Righty. Alright. Short
And
rest.
you want to do your short rest? Yep.
And then we travel to Worm's Rock.
What was that?
I think that was you.
We sure?
I think so. All right. So yeah, because Gortash has his, this is like his congregation thingy-majiggy or whatever it's called, with him being like, oh, you are now going to be our leader of Baldur's Gate during this time, kind of thing. And so we can't really do too much engagement with him on that, but we'll see how we go. He'll go somewhere else, no doubt, and then we'll be able to do the things like going to the Steel Watch factory and such.
Let's rehearse this one more time.
Make your way to the audience chamber.
Calm down,
Yeah, so, because we have the Steel Watch, like, all around us right now.
Yeah.
Lord Gortash is expecting you.
Yeah. So they want us going into the audience hall.
Is expecting you. Please
Well,
make your
that
way
ends
to the audience
not as bad as it could have.
We ready?
Yep. Let's do this thing.
Okay.
Don't waste a step.
Yeah, kind
there
of what
he
I
is.
thought.
Duke Uldar Ravengard. Okay.
Kinspeople, Baldurians, and dearest Duke Ravengard, thank you for joining me on this exceptional day.
It's him. Gortash.
Oh, perhaps I should have had you grab Will off me.
This is it. I can practically taste his blood from here.
The tiefling is letting her passions get the better of her. The situation is delicate.
Thank you, Emperor.
Do not be
I'll remember
swept up
this.
in her emotions.
Steel Watch will destroy us in one swipe if we attack Gortash here.
Sipping
God damn
Time
it!
sponsored by Sage Tanya.
Well, this one's gonna be a bit of a shit show.
Stay light on your feet, soldier. They can't kill what they can't catch.
I think they can.
Stand down, villain. The Steel Watch commands it.
Don't fucking touch me! Gortash! Face me, you fucking asshole!
Ah, apologies for the disruption, my friends. We appear to have guests.
You just fucking
Please
cast
do come
her aside. He's just like,
I believe we have business. If you'll excuse me a moment, ladies and gentlemen.
He really does have villain vibes. How did anyone think he was fine as a politician? Where did that thing take Karlak?
To a holding cell where she can cool down. I wouldn't dare harm such an old friend, but I can't have her disturbing our fate. She chose her companions well, I see. You brought Ketheric to his knees and made Orin grovel.
Okay.
Do we want to retry that?
My master knows you. For who you are, and for the netherstones that you carry.
I don't think it's ruined us.
You know, it takes all three to control the brain. Without Thorms, it's become vexingly willful. Oh yes, we've much to discuss. But first, come and be witness as I make history as the first Archduke of Baldur's Gate.
Wouldn't dream of missing it.
Then we proceed. The Patriarchs await. Distinguished Dukes, Patriarchs, dearest Ravengard, I will heed your call. A new chapter begins.
Enver Gortash, swearest thou by Balduran's blade to defend the citizens of Baldur's Gate from enemies within and without?
I swear.
Swearest thou true faith and fealty to the same, by word, deed, and decree, so that none may suffer?
I swear.
Gathered guests, grant ye consent?
Say nothing.
Enver Gortash, the council appoints you Archduke of Baldur's Gate.
My friends, the Steel Watch stands ready. Let its blade fall on any who would diminish our city.
I have a very strong stink
Follow me
eye
to my
him.
office above. We can be good for each other.
Do we want to give that a retry and have Karlak actually in the cutscene?
Nah, it's okay. Let's be real. That's very much on brand for her of like ready to fucking swing. I'm not gonna object to what's happened there. We'll get her back. Now we just need to figure out where the fuck we're going next. Return to...
Oh yeah, there's the thief stash here too.
You're looking for a thieves stash, aren't you?
I'm just having a quick looky-loo. It might be outside.
It's not here.
It's not up still, so maybe we gotta go up a little bit further.
Absolute army won't stand a chance. Gortash will crush them like roaches under his boot.
Yeah, you're a bit of a... Alright, now comes the question of where's the upstairs? So...
Opposite direction of the downstairs?
Oh, wait, hang on, there's a...
Hang on. Oh, actually, I want to first things first. Need to talk to the Duke.
Oh, where's the Duke? There he is.
Truest of souls, bathed in her light.
There is a fleeting connection. Your parasite communes with his. then falls quiet.
Father, my dearest boy, the hells have touched you, but you've come to me just as Gortash said you would. A true soul, no less. Father and son, unstoppable generals. You and your allies will usher in a new dawn.
Floric sent me.
Help me. Ah, the Black Widow caught you in her web. Floric chose shadow over light. Her betrayal burned deeper than the fires of Avernus. She's been punished for her lies. Don't let her get to you.
Is this what people with the like the leech have in their brain sound
what has
like?
he done?
Jesus. Connect. Connect. Look at that.
Oh, this is so hard.
Don't fuck that up.
If I rolled a 1, I'd be fucking pissing
If you
myself.
rolled a 2, Jesus.
Your friend kind of looks like a grape with that shirt, Ella, JK.
I would like
You're
to think
great.
of myself as
Within
a hearty
Ravengard's memories,
Ribena
you
if I
find
have to.
Councillor Floric. She is confined in a cell right here in Worm's Rock.
The sun rises, true soul.
Alright, so we gotta get Floric out of here too. What are they made of the city's great hero?
What is a hero, if not an actor for the greater good? Faerun suffers in darkness. Air has abandoned us. Helm's Eye has strayed. But Baldur's Gate will soon burn bright, a beacon to light the heavens. Gortash and I will ignite the final spark, and that, true soul, is the greatest of goods.
No, this isn't him. This is the tadpole talking.
For a brief moment, uncertainty clouds his mind, then dissipates. The astral prism vibrates in concord.
What nonsense is this?
The prism quivers once more. Ravengard falters.
As I said,
Damn it.
Baldur's Gate will ascend. Tyrill's first and only grand city.
Thank Christ.
First comes a vision of terror. The city of Baldur's Gate taken by Lithids.
It's very
But
likely to
beyond
happen.
the terror, there is hope. You see a beaming Ravengard presiding over the sunlit city, applauded by the people. A people at peace. The true Ravengard lurks somewhere in this infected mind, seeking freedom, seeking victory.
Have we finished then?
Yeah, I think we have.
William?
Okay, so we can't go
Incredible. To hear my father's voice speak those words, like a stranger wrapped in his flesh. But there's still a glimmer of him in there, calling for release. I feel it. I know it. I won't let the Absolute keep him. This is my pledge.
Good.
Mind flayers are like devils. They just sport tentacles rather than wings. Clever, manipulative, exploitative. The Emperor says he's a friend.
Alright, let's see if I click on passageway. Where does that take me? Okay, so Floric is downstairs from the looks of it. That takes me up to the audience hall. Which means it's oh, he's most likely... Is he... This way? Oh wait, no, upstairs. We need to take a ladder. Nope, wrong ladder. Okay. What was your religion check?
We already sort of been through this one. Yeah, we already went through this a little while ago.
Jesus Christ, I just went through all these things. Alright, I'm just gonna F5 here as I run.
I mean, it's Dazzy. He's always up to no good.
Oh yeah, you're learning about the thing. Yeah, it's...
Yeah.
Door. And there he is. And with at least one steel watch with him. Was there a...
Hang on, where oh, crap.
You have the Netherstones. They resonate with my own. I commend you for putting an end to Orin's madness. She must be screaming bloody murder in the hells even now. My involvement with Orin was never a true alliance. A mad dog understands the yank of the leash and the hand of its master, but it cannot be an equal. You can be my equal. We will raise a black keep in Baldur's Gate. Then we will conquer the Sword Coast and unite all its peoples under our rule. But first, the brain awakens. We must act now. Faithful, come forward.
Who the fuck is this?
Quote-unquote faithfuls.
Hand me the Netherstones and we will rule as one.
How about get fucked?
How about no?
Let me get over to you because you are in a position that I cannot help you in right now.
It's probably a case of I will roll back the this thing because I feel like I've accidentally stepped into like way too far.
Smile. He is testing.
Like, I don't even know where the fuck
he
you
wants
are.
you to refuse.
I don't even know how the fuck to get to you. All I know is that you're way up over here, and I am way down here, and I don't know how you got up there.
Or face the black hand of Lord Bane.
Is there a door? Some stairs? Oh, there's the stairs. Found them. Sorry, you sort of went way over there, and I was like way down over here.
He's shrewd and headstrong, and he expects the same of you.
As they should. I was merely
Oh, there's the
testing
Steve's
you.
stash too, by the way.
This should be an alliance of
Oh,
peers.
there we go. Nice.
You've got a backbone and the makings of a leader. The Dark Lord Bane blesses our alliance. Our time is short. The Elder Brain is held beneath the city. We must go to it if we're to control it. There is a vessel to the Morphic pool where the brain feeds. I will wait for you at the pool. With the Netherstones in hand, the brain can't resist us. We will be absolute, with an infected army at our beck and call. First, we take Baldur's Gate, then Faerun. All of Toril will soon follow. 1,000 kingdoms at our command.
Okay. Cool. I am able to run away from this entire ordeal. So, get Karlach, free Frolic, get rid of the Steel Watch Factory as the, and then we'll head back to him and he'll probably be extra pissed and all this kind of such. What are you doing?
Trying to get to the thing up here. Oh, right. I'm a fucking dragon.
Well, we're... got stunned by something.
Over... By the way, fly up here. Yeah, that's never a good sign. Open it and get shocked.
Wrong button. There's 4 items in this thing.
What were the items?
Don't know. It didn't really give me an opportunity. It just exploded in my hands, I'm sorry to say.
And the items are gone?
The items are gone.
Do we want to reload this?
We'll reload. We won't go to whatsamahoozies. We'll just say it was around here. I'll reload from here. I won't talk to Gortash and what have you, because clearly, you know, we did what we need to do there, which means we should get rid of the Steel Watch Factory, get Karlach out, release Florin.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, there's still the issue of the people down underneath the those trapped in the underground. I think dealing with Gortash first would be our best option. Because if we go down there to the underground area where those people are trapped, where we've got to go to in order to stop someone from blowing up the foundry.
Okay.
Because remember, we got to stop the guy from blowing up the foundry with all of those innocent people inside of it. But the only way to do that is to get the prisoners out of the Iron Fortress under the sea, and the only way to probably do that is to deal with Gortash for a moment.
Tiamat made a play for power.
With haste.
Na, 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 na. Did we want to go to the one before this?
What do you mean?
Step carefully.
Well, the one before Karlach got dragged off.
No, it's okay.
But we don't know where Karlach is.
She's down in the holding cell with Floric and what have you.
I think we should go back one more and deal with that.
No, we'll be fine. Oh, there we go. Disarm the trap. Jesus Christ, game.
Was there anything good in it?
Hang on. I'm trying to lockpick it right now. I had a fairly low roll with the disarm. I was worried. Potion of poison resistance, potion of psychic resistance. Hi there, Danny. A necklace and some gold.
What was the necklace?
The necklace is just a gold necklace. That's it.
That kind of sucked.
And I just wasted on the wrong thing.
Yeah, I still think we should do it before that. Because I want to know what Gortash and all that has to say to Karlach.
Well, why don't I get Karlach back and then have her come with us to talk to Gortash here?
Alright. If you know where to find him.
I have an idea.
Night Sky Gem paid me to say good night, Jarl.
Good
Time
night.
for bed, you woo.
Alright, so it looks like there's an alternative way of getting up from here, which will be good for avoiding the traps if we want to... Donk. Yoom. Taking us all the way down here, which doesn't look to be... Is this a restricted area? No, this doesn't look to be a restricted area.
I don't even know it's restricted when they tell you that it's restricted.
They just don't like us, like... Alright, cool. Cool. So it looks like they just don't want us to open doors.
Wee.
Let's see, are they going to be annoyed when I talk to them?
You're being watched.
I don't need any attention right now.
through here. Alrighty.
How much farther can I go?
Besides, for all we know, she might have just gotten pissed or some shit, so.
Alright, so where are you now?
I went downstairs.
Sipping Time sponsored by Sir Dragonks88.
Will do. Give me a few to... Alright, so that's the audience hall, which means... Alright. Oh, there's a lever here, so that's probably where what we can use to get down.
Oh la la la!
Alright, let me just move this out of the way. Oh! Leads outside. Interesting. To some cracked rock, and then there's a crack in the prison wall. Damn, wish I knew about this.
That would have been useful.
Yeah, it would have been useful. Don't die.
What's that? Die?
Just don't jump into the chasm.
What's that? Fly? Looks like there's something down at the beach here, too.
Okay, this is a really big crack in the prison wall. Jesus Christ. Oh, because...
Hang on. Before you do anything stupid, you're doing something stupid, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm trying to attack a wall. Alright, hang on.
See, chat, this is why I try to tell him not to do something stupid, and then he does the opposite.
Is there a way for me to do this unarmed? What did I just select? Oh, I probably just sent it to camp is what I did. There we go. Oh my god, 15 to 25. Yep, my unarmed strikes are fairly strong.
Damn it.
Can't risk being in open view.
What did you do? Why are you on only 9 health?
Never wanted the easy
What did you do?
I'm just walking around.
At the speed of sound.
Talk to Raphael, cut a deal with the gnomes. Okay, so Counselor Floric is down this way.
Out of sight, out of mind. Best be on my way.
You know.
Oh, okay, so there's no point in... Alrighty.
Light on my feet.
So that's Auto-Ot. And... that there is... Oh, hello. Karlach?
To get her out?
Get me out of here! Now!
I think she's pissed.
I think she is. And it says her rage is impeded as well, which is hilarious. Chancellor Floric?
You're too late. It's over.
Not over till the fat lady goes, fuck
I
you.
don't understand. What do you
I came
mean?
seeking allies to our cause. Watchers spotted me, dragged me to Alder.
Thank you for the hyper
Ravengard's husk.
himbo, Sage.
Empty
Thank
as
you.
a stare. A tadpole's puppet. Nothing more. He's spoken accusations. Apostasy. Conspiracy. Sedition. I'll be executed in 5 dawns.
I'm breaking you out. Oh, that's not that hard of a roll. Okay, it's a little bit hard of a roll.
Haha.
It was a 10. Note to self, next time I go through this, charisma up the fucking wazoo.
In the immortal words of a great man.
Because of course you do. Because of course you do.
I mean, of course, why wouldn't I? Why would I not?
I don't know. Thought things would be different.
Why would you say that?
Hi there, Jeremy.
I'll be executed.
Those
in
were
5 dawns.
notes. Alrighty, persuasion. I'm breaking you out. Baldur's Gate needs you.
Words, notes, words. Why don't I just have Will talk to her?
Okay, do you want to bring Will over here?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll do what I can.
Hey, yo, wait, the pussy product's at.
Ah, no more hyper himbo.
I'll be executed in 5 dawns.
Try one more time. Come on, give it another go. You can do it.
17!
When the people need a miracle, you cannot wait for the gods to answer. Alder's words.
I passed it. That's the wrong
more
horn.
sulking.
Oh,
I know
sorry.
what to do. Unlock my cell. Escort me out of Worm's Rock. I'll seek out my connections. When the city streets shatter, you'll want their blades.
Cool.
Hurry.
Alrighty. Can I just, like, talk to one of you and be like, you will release the counselor?
Seems this individual doesn't think very highly of you, but few can resist. Your offer appears to be of interest. Let's make it a good one.
No, he's still pissed? Okay, have some wallowins.
Have some wallow wit.
So we've got them two as a problem. I don't know where a key is, so most likely I'm going to just break them out.
Swift as my feet can carry me. Better be cautious. With a flick of the wrist.
Womp, 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 womp.
stand this game.
Really doesn't like you sometimes, does it?
Mm-hmm.
Wonder if the gods are watching me. Breathe quiet. Move with care. These boots have seen everything. That's a friendly-looking shadow. Don't waste a step. Can't keep me out.
Come on, just do the roll real quick.
You get her out?
Go. Yep.
Finally! Let's get out of here.
The steel watch made short work of you. We need to be more careful
Those
going
bastards are
forward.
tough. I won't let that happen again. But I will stick something sharp in Gortash's heart the second it's safe to do. You'll help me, right?
Absolutely.
Not.
Good.
I mean, yes.
I'm going to hold you to it.
Let's get out of here.
Good. I'm not in the mood to murder anyone but that fucker Gortash.
What path lies before me?
The guard prepares to attack. Fugitives are to be killed on sight.
Oh. Hang on.
No one's stopped me yet. You've made a grave mistake.
Are you doing unarmed or?
Hang on. There we go. Stunned. And then...
Put unarmed on.
I'm heating up. Open up.
Really had to piss off the guards, didn't you?
I wasn't trying to piss them off, but... now they're just going after you for whatever reason. Alright,
Well, that's fine. I mean, I can be nice, but they started it.
Nice. Not the Womp One synthesized trumpet. The synthesized trumpet is an oldie. It's a classic. I put that one together using a YouTube video where you have to press the numpads to pick the key that you wanted from the trumpet.
And we don't want to kill them, but knocking them out is probably the best option.
Yep, sounds good.
Take you.
Cancel that.
Yep.
Let's just...
Damn, tried to, but...
They use like a much higher thingy-majiggy, I imagine.
Yeah.
Under their noses.
Survival is all that matters.
Here we go. Got an ally with us.
Time to press ahead.
Nice. Damn it, Will. You were supposed to be the good one.
Says who?
Says all the companion guides for, like, combat. I don't know.
Oh, those companion guides are liars.
Biggest counterspell this time.
Alright. biggest counter spell.
There we go. So we know we need to get rid of him quickest. Easy enough.
Alright, let's see.
Soldier.
Can I get down to it? Nope. Oh, I didn't notice this guy here.
My luck again. Hope your soul is in good hands.
Oh, poo.
There we go. I didn't know it was going to be that heavy of a hit.
Damn.
Do you want me to just hit them?
Yeah, we best be getting out of here.
Alright, probably best we take the back entrance.
Yeah, let's go that way.
Oh, wrong way. This way. Ooh, good.
Which way were you going?
I went the wrong way.
Clearly.
Yes. Oh, my Earth Elemental didn't join us. That would have been great. What is it time for, Pox? What is the madman asking me?
It is time.
It is time.
This is far enough.
God damn it. I should have
The way
known.
should be clear. I can't thank you enough for getting me out of that damned prison. And for giving me courage when I'd all but run out.
Wait, did I put the Dare iced coffee into the fridge?
Did you put the Dare Ice coffee in the fridge?
Did I put the Dare... Hang on. Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. I put the Dare iced coffee in the fridge. That got me worried. I thought I ruined like several days of several breakfasts with that.
When the flames roared loudest, you pulled me to safety. Most would have let me burn.
I'm sorry that you only have 70 points, Pox. It looks like you're gonna have to stick around for a little longer.
Find what allies I can.
Oh
You
no.
won't fight the coming battle alone.
Oh no.
As long as the city stands, I will stand with it. This is my promise.
Excellent. Yay, she's with us on this one. Alright, Karlak, you good?
What's on your mind?
Never mind. None of that nonsense. Cool. Hey, we got inspired from all that kind of nonsense.
Also, I have something for you.
You have something for me?
Yep. Hang on.
Thanks for the tier 1 subscription, Pokesmon.
Was that it?
This place is trapped.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I thought the tier 1 sub from Pox was your gift to me.
No.
Thank you, Pox, so much for the tier 1 sub. It means you get to get the channel points quicker. You don't have to deal with any of the advertisement that goes off, and you get to utilize all of these fun emotes. I'll see what your favorite is, like in the next like little while and such like that. All right, let me disarm this.
Get the crap out of him.
Get the crap out of me. Pox is alright, he's fine. Critical success. Lockpicking. There we go. Why is it... There we go. Just so you don't forget, it says. I'm pretty sure that between the gods, the arrows, and the jagged thunderbolt, you'll never survive to read this note. But just in case, I want to make sure you know what you did to deserve all this. Remember that shiv you stuck in my leg when you turned me in? That's why. Enjoy your escape while you can, asswipe. I'll be coming to haunt you in your sleep.
Damn.
Noted, 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 noted. Alrighty. So, we need to deal with the Steel Watch Factory. So, we need to get the prisoners out of that. Then we need to head to the House of Hope.
The issue is, though, is that there's also the...
different prisoners.
Yeah, that are inside the underground area.
We get rid of Gortash, we should be able to get to those prisoners a lot easier.
And I think the best way to... We'll have to deal with Gortash first.
I reckon we can deal with the Steel Watch and then Gortash.
I don't know. Do we want to quickly also, because there's Missouri we've got to talk to as well.
I think she will... I am not interested in that demon bitch. She's been making
Yeah,
wills
but most likely she's going to offer something to Will anyway. We're going to have to talk to her.
I thought it was like a deal or something.
Let's see. Where is
this going?
Where is Mizerna? She was just before the crossing of the bridge, wasn't she?
I don't like the music going off right now. No, you can't keep stealing my shirt for blind keys.
Yeah, I mean, his shirt's way too small anyway.
Hey. It's fairly decent size.
Hey, have you seen the shirts I have to wear?
Go.
They hardly even cover up me tits.
Alright. And it just puts us back over into here. I am just going to activate the worm's rock thingy-madiggy, so then that way it sends us all the way back down here.
Okay, there we are. Mizerna.
What did I tell you? A momentous occasion. I'm sure you agree.
I've had enough,
Mizora.
What do you want?
There we go.
Your attention, little pup. Nothing more. And you'll be glad. You see, Gortash has had your father relocated.
What are you playing at, devil?
To the slaughter, the way I hear it.
Shit.
Your dad's good as dead, pup. And to think, there's no way to save him. Or is there?
I don't like
You
the
know
way
something.
this is... Also, why is my hands
I
doing
know
this
enough.
weird thing? Hang on.
I'll be in your camp if you want to work something out.
Hang on. Sorry, I need to fix my... There we go.
Yeah.
We broke down the door because it sounded like somebody was...
Nanny? Of course she'd stick her infernal nose where it doesn't belong.
It happens sometimes
Of
when the
course she's
CPU
dreamt
gets too
up
much
some
work.
risible scheme. By all the hounds of the hells, what is she planning?
Where's Gortash taking your father, do you think?
I couldn't even fathom a guess. Though, I doubt we'll need to wait long for answers. Let's make camp when we're able. Missouri will be waiting. Until then, may my father keep safe, whatever coop he's been flown to.
Right. Dunk. I reckon... Dunk. Head to the Grey Harbor docks. Damn it. Because we need to deal with them. Then we can go to... Then that way, when we go to camp, we go to the good camp. How does that sound? Hi there, Elijah Drogo. Are you near here? This isn't the first time you've sent a message in here, I feel. Like, it doesn't say you're a first-time chatter or anything like that.
Oh yeah, Elijah Dragos frequents my stream quite a fair bit.
Ah, okay. Yay. They were last here back in December. It's been a long time. Anyway, Grey Harbor Docks.
I don't care what gender
One
you
second.
are. Put on the maid outfit.
Why do you do this to me, Popcat?
Cause they love you.
Do they? If they loved me, they'd do things I like. I don't like this. You're still talking to Will about something. What are you talking to Will about?
My father was tadpoled. Stelmane is dead. The people are frightened and the council's in disarray.
Alright. Now let's go.
Alrighty. Grey Harbor Dock should be near the Steel Watch Factory. What, you mean like this? Jerry, you mean like this? There we go. But yeah, Steel Watch Factory, or at least get to like the entrance of it. Return to camp.
Yeah.
Listen to Mizora and call it a night from there, considering it's nearly 10 o'clock.
Sounds good.
Are you gonna keep
I'm
on
probably
going
gonna keep-
after this?
I'm probably going to keep going for a little bit longer.
Alright, alright. Sounds good to me's. Here we go, here we go, here we go, go, go! Ah! Excuse me. I do love how Sage sometimes is like, if you love me, then let me go.
What do you think Grant just wants to call it here so he doesn't have to deal with the fact that he's in a maid dress right now?
No, I came to this conclusion before the maid outfit.
Sure.
Yep. Yep.
Sure. Yep.
Nope. Don't be like that. Alright, cool. So, we're here. Someone fails on an entangle thingamadiggy.
Wasn't it over here, the entrance to it?
That's to the weird underground thingamadiggy. The Steel Watch Factory is right here.
Oh, it's Steel Watch Factory. Okay.
Yeah, so...
We want to head to the camp from here now.
Yes.
Honey, you go with the girls.
What flavor? Alrighty. Do you see Mizora anywhere?
Maybe we gotta rest.
Alrighty then. Let's do a rest.
You know what she's like.
Just wants to be flamboyant and just like appearing out of fucking nowhere. Welcome back, Pox. Do you want to end the day? Yes, please.
And end the night.
Of course, you're... What?
What? This is my normal sleepwear.
That is uncomfortable as fuck from the looks of it.
Nah, perfectly comfortable.
Sorore suje testis esto pacti me.
Oh, this is good.
What?
Sisters, be my testament. Notum sit in Beator.
Notum sit in Beator.
Holy hells.
Please, introduce me to your friends.
Cirrus, arbiters for the hells, exemplars of justice.
Mizora, where is my father? How do I save him?
She's gonna look to renegotiate his contract.
How else? We bargain. Sisters.
Infernos contractos te vocamos. Infernos contractos te vocamos.
No, we just put so much work into getting out of a contract. I'm not about to start another one. Oh my gosh.
Your contract, Will. Signed in blood, forged in fire, bound in bone, but not unbreakable. Yet no contract is ended without sacrifice, Will. The cost must be paid. Will Ravengard, a choice is before you. Option 1. I show you the way to your father. I guarantee him no harm except that from you and your allies. And you pledge your soul to me and the Archdevil Zariel in a pact eternal.
Nope.
Option 2. I break your pact, and you are freed from your duty. Your father dies by his enemy's hand, and Baldur's Gate loses its greatest champion. Name your sacrifice.
Bloody Zariel. I won't let her take Will.
Silence, Karlak.
Mizora, you asshole!
Choose.
Break the pact. You deserve your freedom. There is no, like...
Addendum F. The Absolute must be avenged for the Soulbinder's detention at Moonrise. The Soulbearer retains his gifts until such time as the Absolute is slain.
You damned wretch!
No, Shadowheart didn't like that.
Do it. Break the pact.
Oh, Shadowheart is fine.
Fiat Ita.
Fiat Ita. Anima.
I wouldn't be surprised if the father's in the underground area.
I wouldn't
in
be
the underwater
surprised if
area.
the father is, like, already dead. Like, all this was just flamboyancy of, like, oh, but, you know, the father wasn't killed by... wasn't harmed by the time we did this contract.
All grown up. And don't go fussing about your father. You made your choice. You knew the terms. You know what? I think I'll stick around. Not for the greater good, you understand. Just for the entertainment.
Oh, I want to punch her right in her puss.
We're gonna go to the House of Hope, and we're gonna fucking ruin that place. Any contracts, break them. Anything, we rip it off the fucking walls and chests.
I spent 7 years choked by Mazora's leash. And I spent 7 years hoping to break free. I never knew freedom could taste so bittersweet. I have to believe that. I'm not the Hell's puppet in life, nor its warrior in death. The blade will be guiding his own hand.
Are we gonna saw off his horns or something like that
will
at
be
some
paid
point?
in my father's blood.
Like, does he get a Hellboy kind of look where
game.
it just, like, has, like, this nubs down?
A moment passes. In the stillness, you find a mote of tranquility.
The Raven Guard name now lives solely with me. I will make it count for something. I signed his life away before the Hell's witnesses. It would be easier to drink the sticks down to the last drop than to alter his fate. I'd be a fool to wish otherwise.
What's our next step, then?
We obtain the final 2 Netherstones and take back our minds. And the city. From the brain.
We already have.
We've already got 2 of the 3, so...
I think that one was oddly not well timed.
Yeah, I think the problem is that we were supposed to do all this Mizora stuff and everything like that right after the Gortash's coronation, and then we did our like escapade all around the city and shit. So
yeah, all right. Do we want to save here and call it?
Yes. New save, and call it a night. Excuse me. Get the.
Well, you'll be calling it Right? We will be moving on to something else.
Oh, okay, yeah, alright. I'll just start the raid right away and be like, what? Who could this have been? It's just like, what? There we go. So, ding, dong, start the raid. They just be like, what?
Hello, the king in purple. How you doing?
Here we go.
The question
So,
will
ding,
be what to play, what to do.
ding.
What
That's
to
gonna be our
say.
raid message. Here we go. Bam.
What?